Good evening, everyone. This is the City of Pacific Grove City Council, a special meeting on Wednesday, January 19th, 2022. It's now 5 p.m. I'll ask our Deputy City Clerk, Barry Lindstrom, to please give us a roll call.
Excuse me, Mayor Peak,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Good evening,
Councilmember Emilio,
Here.
Councilmember Coletti,
Here.
Councilmember Pedori, Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Present.
and I thought I saw Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, here.
Thank you. We have one item on the agenda this evening. It's closed session. It's conference with labor negotiators, and the city negotiator is myself, and the employee is the city manager, Ben Harvey. And let the record note that Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams is now present. I may have a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
And a vote, please.
Councilmember Emilio,
Yes.
Councilmember Coletti,
Yes.
Councilmember Pedori.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And now's the time for public comment, but I'm not seeing anyone on our Zoom meeting, but let me confirm that with Ms. Lindstrom.
I do not see anyone.
All right. So we'll now go into closed session, and am I now host, or can you
Yes, I will make you host.
make me host? And Good evening, everyone. We'll start in just a minute or so. Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, January 19th, 2022 at 6 p.m. It's a regular meeting of Pacific Grove City Council. I'll ask our Deputy City Clerk, Ms. Lindstrom, would you please give us a roll call?
Mayor Peak,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, Councilmember Emilio,
Here.
Councilmember Coletti,
Here.
Councilmember Pedori,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Tomlinson,
Here.
all present except for Mayor Pro Tem McAdams and Councilmember Smith.
All right, Councilmember Tomlinson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag,
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it
which
stands,
stands
one nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice
for all.
Next, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda. I'd like to amend it by moving item 13G. G as in good, that's Elizabeth Hall Legal Services, to ongoing business item 12A, because that's a time-sensitive item. So motion to approve the amended agenda.
I'll make a
Councilmember
motion to approve the agenda, amended agenda.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Emilio,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries as amended 601.
Thank you very much. Next, we have council and staff announcements. We just concluded a special meeting closed session, and Councilmember Pedori made a motion. Let's see, make sure I get the motion right. Is to approve the city manager temporary telecommuting agreement from December 20th, 2021. That's retroactive until February 28th of 2022. And that motion was made by Councilmember Pedori first, and second by Councilmember Emilio, and with all approved, with the exception of myself and Councilmember Coletti were the noes. And that concludes my closed session announcement. I'll turn to our city manager, Mr. Laredo. Do you have any announcements?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I do not have any announcements. Thank you.
And Mr. Harvey's staff announcements?
Yes, Mayor, we have two. I'd like to ask Ms. Hunter to make an announcement, followed by Ms. Godwin. Thank you.
Sure. Through the mayor, good evening, council members. I was asked to provide a quick update on 520 Lighthouse. There were some delays due to materials delivery. I think everybody has heard that materials all over, all kinds of materials have been delayed due to shipping issues and delivery issues. The John Keel, the building official, did provide an update on rough plumbing, mechanical, and electric inspections should take place in the next 2 weeks. Drywall was stocked last week with some areas starting soon. And the exterior is scheduled to be completed in June, July timeframe. At that same time, he expects that the sidewalk would be completed and open to the public. So they experienced 2 to 3 months, and in some cases 4-month delay on delivery of windows, doors, roof material, steel framing material, and then some weather-related delays. But it does look like it's getting back into action, and he's expecting public access along the sidewalks, like I said, in June, July timeframe. That concludes my announcement. If there are any questions. Thanks.
Ms. Godwin, please.
I know it's kind of dark, sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the public. Yesterday, I learned that Pacific Grove Public Library has been awarded a California State Library grant for Stronger Together, Improving Library Access. This grant, coupled with funds from Monterey County Gives, will set us on the path to acquire a mobile outreach electric vehicle, acronym MOVE. An electric vehicle will allow the library to set up outreach at parks, schools, and senior housing. Its bright facade will market library services around town. Our children's librarian, Mary Wyant, and our friends of the library worked hard to make this grant possible. These resources, combined with the support of the city, will help us achieve our goal of providing library services to those who are not able to get to the library. We are privileged to receive this honor, and it is a tribute to the dedicated and talented staff of the library. Thank you very much.
Council announcements. Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's exciting to hear for the library. The city is seeking input from the community and organizations who are assisting persons with disabilities or are disabled. You can visit our website, cityofpacificgrove.org/news to participate in the ADA Public Input Survey. Also, the late Pacific Grove resident and renowned photographer Pat Hathaway, his collection has been given to and transferred to the Monterey County Historical Society. There were over 80,000 original photographs and negatives and over 500,000 digital photographs that will be available to the public in the near future. And lastly, we are experiencing a supply issue with rapid COVID-19 tests. So our local labs are at capacity and results are taking 4 to 5 days, which is much longer than we're used to. All of the updated testing sites are available on the website montereycountyvaccines.com, and you will see a button to click that says testing. That's where the most up-to-date testing list is. And if you need any help with basic needs, getting vaccinated or tested, you can always call or text 211. Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like to thank everyone that applied to the boards and commissions and congratulate all the newly appointed commissioners. I'd also like to take a moment to express my thanks to Mayor Peak for carefully reviewing and selecting the boards and commission appointments. On a separate note, as a lot of you may know, every US household is now eligible to order 4 free at-home COVID-19 test kits. These can be ordered at www.covidtests.gov. I encourage all of you to order your tests as soon as you can, so you can use them whenever the time comes. Thank you.
I have one other announcement. There's this Saturday at 9 o'clock. There's George Washington Park weed pull and cleanup, and join with your neighbors and have a good time and do something to help our park. And now we'll move on to general public comment. Ms. Lindstrom. Do we have anyone from the public wishing to speak?
Yes, we do. Barbara Mitchell.
Welcome.
Okay. I'm Barbara Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director of Interim Incorporated, which is a local nonprofit agency that works with people with serious mental illness, many of whom are homeless, and we provide a lot of affordable housing and treatment services. I recently had the opportunity to sit on to help with a presentation on affordable housing in Pacific Grove. And I'm pleased to see that the city of Pacific Grove is interested in moving ahead on this issue and is committed to finding ways to provide more affordable housing for people who have serious disabilities, who are homeless, and who are really in need in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jenny McMurdo.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. My name is Jenny McMurdo. I am the newly hired Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce CEO, and I just wanted to take a moment to say hello. I am officially in the office. I started on Monday. I am proud to be taking over for Mo Amar, who is retiring shortly, and I'm very honored to be here to serve the Pacific Grove businesses and community. I'm a collaborator at heart, so I hope to hopefully run into each of you, have a meeting with you. I have an open door policy, so please give me a call. Have a great night.
Thank you and welcome.
Wong Nguyen.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me, council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Fong Nguyen, and I teach Asian American history at the college level. And I wish to register my deep concern that the city of Pacific Grove will again permit the Feast of Lanterns that has continued to be an unfortunate example of cultural appropriation. The definition of cultural appropriation is the unacknowledged or inappropriate adoption of the customs, practices, ideas, etc. of one people or society by members of another, and typically more dominant people or society. It usually involves members of a dominant group exploiting the culture of less privileged groups. Quite often this is done using racial and ethnic lines with little understanding of the latter's history, experience, and traditions. The Feast of Lanterns has been this classic example of cultural appropriation when yellow painted faces with slanted eyes and booing of a Chinese character is in a made up play was a key part of this event. when no historical truth of the Chinese immigrants and no credit or acknowledgement is given to the fishing industries started and refined by the Chinese, this is also a part of cultural appropriation. When Caucasian women dress up in Chinese costumes to compete to be named Topaz Princess in lieu of the presence of authentic Chinese participants in the venue, this too is cultural appropriation. It is high time to end this event. Please show respect for the Chinese that once lived here and the many Asian Americans in the region who wish to see our culture and our history be accurately and respectfully depicted and honored. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So last weekend, I imagine you and a lot of other people, including me, received a tsunami warning. Actually, I received 7 warnings on Saturday morning. And it raised a question in my mind, and that is, what is Pacific Grove doing about being responsive to tsunami warnings and those kinds of emergencies that may result out of it? I know in the past I witnessed the police barricading parking lots near the shoreline and stuff like that, but somewhat after the fact, a little too late, barricading Ocean View Boulevard, sort of around Coral Street, a little too late. Lovers Point, a little too late in January 2017. And I looked at our tsunami map in the local coastal program, and it shows that we're vulnerable. And who takes care of that? The city manager? City Public Works Director, who's an assistant city manager, or his assistant, who's an assistant Public Works Director? Who takes care of that? Who gets out the A-frames? Who turns the traffic into one-way traffic out of here, convinces people not to come from the inland to go look at the tsunami waves? How is that going to be taken care of? I was a lifeguard in 1964 in San Diego and a first responder for the Alaska earthquake in March of 1964, and it was pandemonium. I was trying to get a boat out of San Diego to a location for rescue purposes, and people were coming from the inland because they wanted to see the big waves. So I've witnessed the pandemonium that can occur, and this weekend was like a novelty, I guess, for here, maybe not Santa Cruz Harbor. But what are we going to do about it? Do we have a plan? I'd like to see it. Maybe the city manager could post it. Something. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. Appreciate it.
David Kong.
Welcome.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Good evening. Before I start, my name is David Kong. Before I start, I wanted to wish everyone well on the city council. Also wanted to say hello to Councilmember Podori and Mayor Pro Tem McAdams. So just say hello. My comments concern the Feast of Lanterns as well. As I stated, my name is David Kong. I grew up actually in Pacific Grove. The city council lists its second core value as inclusiveness, stating we cultivate an environment of trust and respect for our residents and visitors alike. We strive to ensure that our actions are inclusive and reflective of the diverse community of which we aim to be. The Feast of Lanterns has for decades incorporated offensive scenes in its plays, disrespecting people of Chinese descent. It is impossible to generally practice inclusiveness when Chinese people continue to be outraged by these fantasy caricatures, even if superficial changes have been made in costumes and dialogue. It is time for the City Council to please recognize that the Feast of Lanterns is synonymous with disrespect for Chinese, and it needs to be either eliminated or substantially changed to remove the stain on Pacific Grove's reputation, increasing public awareness of the Feast of Lanterns has done is generating more and more opposition to this event, and organizations are coming together to insist an end to the Feast of Lanterns or many substantial changes to it. Pacific Grove should join other cities in California, such as San Jose, Anaheim, and Los Angeles, that have openly acknowledged that their historical racism and their dark past. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Randy Sabato.
Welcome. Mr. Sabato, welcome.
Rebecca Lee.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I heard a program on NPR that I wanted to share in the hopes that this information will influence and inform your future decisions on trees. It's a little bit depressing because it explains why we'll be in perpetual drought so long as Earth's temperatures are elevated. We got a lot of snow in the Sierras and we all cheered, but the elevated temperatures are going to melt it more quickly and cause flooding as rivers are inundated and then dry up and be gone without sustaining us through the dry months of summer and fall. We're lucky to have many underground streams here in PG that help many trees survive, but those too dry up in a drought. And if we have a map of them, we haven't planted intentionally along those streams. Business as usual here has been to put asphalt or sidewalk concrete close to the trunk of trees and prune their roots when they lift the hardscape. This hurts the trees, and in drought, there is no bounce back, no ideal conditions under which trees can repair and heal. So their health, their stability, and their longevity all decrease. Does this make sense to you? I hope so. We need to find ways in our protocols to stop routinely harming trees and stop blocking them from rainwater. Can you help shift the tenor of city actions to focus on maintaining our city tree health, particularly the large trees, by requesting alternative methods be considered? Again, I hope so. The second thing I wanted to talk about tonight is that I too, with the others here, support taking a pause on the Feast of Lanterns. Several years ago, I wrote council letters with the research on reduced decibel fireworks because I was greatly concerned that the big booms were affecting wildlife negatively and scaring them and causing death. I'm also concerned about the inherent racism in this event. And I don't think the story represents the reality of what was going on with the Chinese people here at that time. This time out would be a great opportunity for a virtual town meeting to air the many frothing and intense opinions that I've heard over the years, so that we can begin to really hear and listen to each other and reach consensus about what we want in this event to represent our town. And I so hope that the quieter fireworks will be part of that new way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Telephone number with the last 3 digits of 880.
Welcome.
Hi, Janet Cohen. I want to thank Barbara Mitchell for presenting about interim. It's a great program, and I hope PG really looks into it. But I'm speaking tonight because I have concerns and questions about permitting the Feast of Lanterns this year. The DEI Task Force Subcommittee did an admirable job evaluating the Feast of Lanterns and making recommendations. But when it came to actually looking at the changes to the play, the DEI task force appears to have had little authority for what this will be. Play was first written in 1958, 52 years after the fire of 1906. In the interim time, the community at large pretty much had already shoved the real history of the Chinese fishing village under the rug, but ironically took representation of Chinese characters in a pageant that became intertwined with youth public service, which became a beloved tradition for many. But like most 1958 public entertainment, representation was questionable and people were hurt. Now, 64 years later, the play has been modified. However, it is very difficult to feel sure about what it will be. The city has permitting authority for the Feast of Lanterns through the Recreation Department and providing police fire maintenance participation. Public entertainment reflects on the city of Pacific Grove itself. Look at Disney and how many times it has had to morph since the 1958 Mickey Mouse Club, which most of you won't remember, but I do, and a few of you will. It has gone through many transitions. I think it's fair to not permit the Feast of Lanterns this year, but instead give the DEI task force time to look in greater depth and the authority to do so if this is the representation we are comfortable with as a city. All public entertainment becomes part of our brand. There has been strong objections. Summer should be a time of fun for families and lighthearted joy. It is important to aim high in including all to any festival, and this event needs more work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Ibsen.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself.
Okay, begin again.
My name is Gloria Deng Yok-Siu Ibsen. I am Chinese. I believe Pacific Grove can assume a leadership role in racial inclusiveness on the peninsula of Monterey, or it can sweep a history of anti-Chinese sentiment under the carpet. The Feast of Lanterns has presented a very inaccurate picture of Chinese people in its annual play, including slanted eyes, and only begrudgingly make superficial changes in the story after repeated efforts by Jerry Lo Sabato. But many supporters of the Feast of Lanterns board do not comprehend the deep hurt it continues to cause. They prefer to ignore the wrongdoing of the wrongness of culture appropriation and to move on. The Feast of Lanterns' reputation is strongly tied to its long history of intolerance of cultural appropriation. Paving it over by changing the costume and whitewashing the characters does not address the harm that continues to be perpetuated. Now is the time to cut the ties to this unfortunate past. Label it for the cultural ignorance that it is, and to separate Pacific Grove from a shameful tradition. Pacific Grove can be a model in ending racism, acknowledging the mistakes of the past, and committing to respect for people of all backgrounds. Please end the Feast of Lanterns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ann Oda.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Peak, and council members. My name is Ann Oda, and my family has been on the peninsula since the early 1900s. And I would just like to share a brief statement regarding the Feast of Lanterns, if I may. In the past, the Feast of Lanterns has incorporated slanted eyes and yellow face makeup and other inappropriate elements into the program, and this is documented by the city's diversity Equality and Inclusion Task Force. This also contradicts the city's real commitment towards fostering multicultural appreciation and continues to create a sense of discomfort for the Asian community here. The name Feast of Lanterns now creates images of Caucasian women dressed as Chinese, a clear example of cultural appropriation that lacks sensitivity or understanding of the culture they purport to represent. It is not enough to proclaim minor changes and sweep the past away. This city council, which professes to commit to inclusivity, is respectfully encouraged to take the lead to end this long history of anti-Asian sentiment, and instead develop a public education effort which will enable residents and visitors alike to gain an appreciation of the rich Asian American history in this community and their significant contributions. Thank you very much for this time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Sue Paris.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. The folks who have spoken before me about concerns about the Feast of Lanterns have laid out what the issues are, I think, really well. In the last 13 years or so, I sat next to Jerry Lo Sabado as she addressed the Pacific Grove City Council on a number of occasions. She did a tremendous job over these years to bring awareness to in our community to the contributions of Chinese people and to the benefits of really facing the true history of Chinese folks in Pacific Grove and the surrounding area. As some of you may know, Jerry's particular focus was on what she called change with kindness. So she wanted to see change. She was passionate and committed to seeing change, but she hoped to do that in a way that brought people together instead of dividing them. She moved us a long way. And in the last year or so, I think that there were a few events that have moved consciousness even farther. One of those was the murder of George Floyd, and another, in terms of general kinds of events, was an increased awareness of violence against Asian Americans in this country. So there are more and more folks who are not satisfied with business as usual, and business as usual would be approving the permit for the Feast of Lanterns and just continuing as if nothing had happened. So I'm hoping that when the Recreation Commission meets in a week or so, and when the recommendation comes before the City Council, that there will be a decision to pause and really consider what this town needs to look at, because regardless of the fact that the feast is put on by a private nonprofit, the city obviously provides resources and supports it. And it is, frankly, the perception is that this is a Pacific Grove event. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Kim.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I too want to support those who have called in about the Feast of Lanterns and ask that you pause it. I also want to say that I would like there to be no more fireworks because they are not really good for our environment. The last time they fired them off, there was debris left all over our coastline and in the water. They scare the harbor seals off the beach. They also scare all the birds who at that point are roosting in the trees for the night, and the birds go straight up to where the fireworks are. So we don't really know how many birds are lost when we shoot off these fireworks. They're also not good for our veterans who are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And then last but not least, our domestic dogs who suffer a lot from those. So if you put all of these things together, plus how this is hurting many in our community, I think it's time that the Feast of Lanterns is turned into something else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Gianni.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to first support Rebecca Lee's comments about the trees and recommendations. She's such an intelligent, informed advocate for our trees, for trees everywhere, and for Pacific Groves trees in particular. And I hope the council will carefully consider her recommendations. Also, the rec board next week has the special events calendar on their agenda, and on the calendar is both the Feast of Lanterns and that what is it, Legends of the Audubon, but there's no detailed explanation of what form those things are going to take. And in line with all the commenters before me, I very much believe that the Feast of Lanterns should not take place this year. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force has been discussing this, but as has been mentioned, it's apparently out of their hands because it's a private organization that does the Feast of Lanterns. There's been discussion of an apology to the Chinese community because of the earlier cities basically support of the burning of the Chinese fishing village. In line with that, so it's a meaningful apology would be to pause the Feast of Lanterns this year and really get down to figuring out how that's going to be addressed, because it is racist and it is hurtful to so many in our community. So I hope that will not be approved. I guess maybe Rec Board will approve it without even knowing the issues. I don't know. And I hope that maybe Randy Losabado may be given another opportunity to speak in case emotion was the problem there, because he is valiantly carrying on what his late wife so courageously has done for years to try to work out good solutions to the problems with Feast of Lanterns and others. Also, I'd like to just say I don't see anything about remote meetings on the closed session agenda, so I don't quite understand why anything was voted on to do with that, and there's no real explanation of what the issues were. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carmelita Garcia.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Peak and City Council. First and foremost, thank you very much for your service. I too am advocating for a pause with regards to the Feast of Lanterns for all the reasons that have been stated thus far. In the agenda report for the Recreation Board's meeting on the 27th, it's noted that under city-sponsored events, the Feast of Lanterns week is one of those, and it carries a cost of $29,450. I would hope that the permit would be denied. I attended the DEI meetings and found that there wasn't enough information provided to the public to understand what changes, if any, had been made to the Feast of Lanterns for this year. There's been no community discussion whatsoever, and I believe that is a huge void in that there are many voices out there that have concerns and perhaps other ideas. With regards to the fireworks, if the Feast of Lanterns were to proceed, I support that they no longer have fireworks because of the damage that's done to our environment, the Harbor Seal colony, the birds, and the veterans that Kim had mentioned. All very important that we continue to protect them as best as we can. One issue that I will bring up is COVID and the variant that we are experiencing now. What is that going to look like come time for the Feast of Lanterns? And will the organization be able to meet the criteria set forth by the CDC to control mass crowds, thousands of people, I'm sure, that would plan to attend with regards to enforcement of wearing masks, showing of vaccinations, and what have you. Feast of Lanterns will always have a gray cloud over the city of Pacific Grove. And no matter what they do, in my opinion, that gray cloud will always remain. Again, I request that you deny the permit and that we take a pause and let the community talk about it, begin to heal, and let you know what it is that we want our community to be like and how we want you to represent it as a whole. So again, going forward, if the Feast of Lanterns is approved, bear in mind, you are advocating and approving a racist event that has hurt many, many, many people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lorenzen-Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to say that yes, it is truly a time to rebrand the entire Feast of Lanterns. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce can rebrand. The city of Pacific Grove has many times tried to rebrand. Well, this one is a racist festival that has been continuing in Pacific Grove. Oh, we have redlining in our deeds banning Chinese. Pacific Grove has a lot of racist history, and this one just absolutely epitomizes it. And it is really time to completely change the whole festival, whether it's private or, obviously the city supports this. This is our tax dollars supporting it. And it's nowhere near revamped enough to make it even palatable. It's a major marketing event at this point. It has been drawing thousands now, which used to be a little small community event, and it's gotten out of hand in every which way. And so it is really time to take a pause and get community input on all of these issues. And that's going to take more than this year, and for all the other reasons. And I'm going to say it brought up the fact with the fireworks. And I love that Kim brought up the PTSD, because I had an ex-husband who was in Berlin, born and raised in Berlin, well, partially because he was a young boy with the bombing of Berlin. And he certainly passed away, but he could not tolerate fireworks because they stressed him so much from his childhood. And I would like you to incredibly think about that, as well as the wildlife that hides and warnings of save your pets, with all the happenings that happen. And it's time to revamp completely and get the fireworks out too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I still show Randy Sabato.
Welcome. Mr. Sabato?
Okay, he's lowered his hand.
Do we have any other public
No.
comments?
No other public comment.
All right, thank you. Thanks to everybody for calling in. We'll now move to the consent agenda. I'd like to pull item 6A, Project Home Key, and place it under new business as item 13A because it is also time sensitive. Any other items that council members would like to pull off the consent agenda? Let's see. Seeing none? Anyone from the public wishing to pull an item off this consent agenda?
Anthony Chiani?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull the minutes for the January 12th meeting of the City Council off the consent agenda.
Okay, that's item 5B. And let's put that on unfinished and ongoing business. Let's put that as would be now 12C as in cat. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up. May we have a motion to approve the modified consent agenda?
I move to approve the modified consent agenda.
I'll second it.
And Ms. Kendall, will you give us a vote, please?
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Fedori?
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 as modified.
To summarize, we've just approved the minutes of the council meeting on December 15th, 2021. We've held a second reading and adopted an ordinance to amend the salary classifications schedule for an information technology specialist from Ms. Livian. We've received Monterey Salinas Transit Board minutes from Councilmember Emilio. And we've received reports on the check register for December 2021 and core revenue status for the same month from Ms. Hannah. We've received goals and tactics update from Mr. Harvey and a report of new local emergency actions from Mr. Harvey, of which there were none. You've we've approved appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. And thank you to everyone that applied. Congratulations, and appreciate everyone that applied, whether they were successful or not. We've received minutes from the Beautification Natural Resources Commission from October. minutes from the Economic Development Commission from November and minutes from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force from November as well. So that brings us to item 11A, tree appeal, 718 Sunset Drive. This is a quasi judicial hearing. And we're going to be hearing a de novo public hearing for a tree removal permit application. Staff's recommending we uphold the city arborist and BNRC permit to remove the tree, denying the removal of one tree at 718 Sunset Drive. We can support the appeal, or we can deny and support the BNRC staff recommendation. And that brings us to ex parte discussions. Any council member having ex parte discussion I wish to disclose? Council member Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did visit 718 Sunset and was given an opportunity to look at the tree. Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
I have a similar statement to make. I did visit the property too, as well had a discussion with the applicant.
Councilmember Emilio.
I'm not going to say it again, but same thing with Councilman Beduri. I visited the site also.
Councilmember Smith.
I visited the site and looked at the tree and had a discussion with Mr. Amar. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Same thing.
Okay. All right. So the order of business will be staff will make a presentation followed by the appellant, Mr. Amar, who will be will have maximum 15 minutes. And then we'll go out to public comment. At that time, when public comment is finished, we'll close the hearing and go to council discussion. Any questions from council on that procedure? Okay. Mr. Go, welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, I do have a very brief presentation. Hold up and share. Start from the beginning. Okay, very good. I'm assuming everybody can see this. So we're here tonight to discuss a tree appeal for 718 Sunset Drive. The tree in question is a Monterey pine tree located in the backyard of the property. So the recommendation tonight is to hold a de novo public hearing for tree removal permit application 21-014 and uphold the decision of the city arborist and the Beautification and Natural Resources Commission for tree removal permit application 21-104, denying the removal of one Monterey pine at 718 Sunset Drive and deny the appeal of Mr. Mo Amar. So a brief timeline, this tree's got some history. In December of 2018, an application for removal was associated with the accessory dwelling unit, and we received that application. We reviewed the application, discussed with the property owner, and at that time it was determined that the footprint of the ADU would be shifted to retain the tree. In March of 2021, the city received tree permit 21-104, specifying safety concerns now revolving around the tree. And in September of the same year, we received an additional arborist report specifying that removal was necessary. We reviewed the arborist report. Our city arborist reviewed the tree in question and denied the removal request. In December of 2021, the appeal was heard before the BNRC and the motion was made to uphold and deny the removal. The very next day, an appeal from the property owner was submitted to the city council. That's why we're here this evening. The property owner's arborist reports findings state that some roots were cut to accommodate the ADU, but nothing significant. That report's part of your packet. That this is a lone pine and lone pines are prone to failure. That arborist reports citing safety concerns due to a recent limb failure, and that the tree has a high target rating since the house and ADU are right underneath it. Our response to these findings, as relevant to Chapter 12 of the code, are that there's no insect activities, there's no cavities or fractures noted in the tree, there's no pitch canker relevant, and the canopy has normal color and needle lengths. We understand the safety concern that the appellant and the property owners are specifying, but per the city code, we just don't see anything that allows us to authorize the removal of this tree. What we're suggesting is the removal of lower limbs over the power lines. We've discussed this with the property owner. Weight reduction over the limbs, rate reduction of the limbs over the structures. Additionally, removal of the compromised limbs. These are our recommendations that we provided. This is a very brief presentation, and as I stated, we understand the safety concerns, but per the city code, we don't see any way or anything that is allowing the removal of this tree. I'm available for questions, and our city arborist, Albert Weisfuss, is also on this call for any questions. Thank you, Your Honor, members of the City Council.
Mr. Amar, are you now a panelist?
Hopefully I'm a panelist.
Yes. Do you have a presentation?
So Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am requesting the 15 minutes, which will include 4 speakers, my wife and my family members. First and foremost, my apology for bringing this forward. I'm simply following the process, and I wish there was another process that I could proceed with. I cannot tell you how awkward I feel presenting this to you. We moved into the house in 1999. The second day that we moved in, my backyard neighbor, Mr. Larson, stopped by with a letter of concern about the pine tree. Over the years, I've received multiple letters from my backyard neighbor, Mr. Larson. He did pass away, and then his son, Keith, inherited the house, and he has the same concerns. Fast forward to 2018, when we decided to build an ADU. The tree was in the way. We filed an application to have the tree removed. It was designed. I met with the Community Development Director, Anastasia Aziz, and Alex Othan from Planning. They suggested to me that the best way to get this job done is move the house. So we redesigned the house and moved it away from the tree. They did also suggest some trimming of the pine tree, which we conducted. We hired Taupe Tree Service to clean it up. As most of you know, I was the first one to buy water from the city of Pacific Grove to build an ADU. At the recommendation of a lot of people in the community, we hired Mike Millett to build our ADU. Because of the tree, we had to hire a soil engineer, structural engineer, civil engineer, an arborist, and a supervisor to supervise the construction around the tree. I'm happy to report that all the root work was done by hand by Mike Millett and his crew. We moved into the ADU in July. A storm hit in January. One branch fell that took out one of the windows. Shortly after, another branch fell that took out the gutter system. We still have the gutter system damaged. So on January 27th, I walked into the Public Works Department and I filed an application, January 27th of 2021. I filed a second application for a tree removal. My application was denied on October 1. And as you've heard from Mr. Go, who I totally respect, we filed an appeal to the BNRC and they denied it. The reason I'm before you this evening is because the tree is a risk due to the branch failure. As you will hear from anybody and everybody, it is really hard to predict which branch will fail next. It is also hard to estimate how much longer will this tree live. The tree is located in a PG&E easement. There are 11 branches over the wires of PG&E. All neighbors on all sides are requesting to have this tree removed, and you have 2 letters from my next door neighbors. Mayor, council members, to date, my family has invested over $11,000 on this tree. And you will all know that the ADU was created by the governor, the state, and the city as an affordable housing option. I'm simply doing what the law is intended to do, and that is build ADUs as an affordable option for a low-income family. It's not for commercial reasons, what have you. What the BNRC and the arborists are recommending is removing more limbs, developing a tree plan, and every time I call a tree service to come on the property and trim any of the branches, it's anywhere from $1,400 to $1,600. I emphasize that the tenants, there are 4 of them, and they are low income. A point I'd like to make, there are 10 homes that front on Sunset and the 700 block. This is the only home that has kids, children that live in the home. It is the only home that has a pine tree. And we're appealing it because of safety concerns more than anything. I would be remiss if I don't mention that last week, a week from today, the council approved the removal of 70 trees at the American Tinkenery location for a development project. Surely the council can find a reason to remove 1 tree due to affordable housing and safety. My last comment relates to council goals. One of your goals is to provide quality public service that will enhance the quality of life for our residents. Truly, this is a quality of life issue for me and my family, public safety, as well as affordability. And I'd like to introduce my wife, Trina Butler, who will be the next speaker.
Good evening, council members. I've been a nurse and with a graduate degree in public policy at CHOMP for the past 30 years. Safety is my first concern. OSHA, the Occupational and Safety Administration, reports on average there are 100 tree fall fatalities every year. That's not injuries, fatalities. A peer-reviewed study found that 407 people were killed by wind-related tree failures in the US. There are limbs falling from the tree in question at every storm in the past years. I need to know my family, 6 grandkids, and my neighbors will be safe with this tree. Thank you for your time, and I know you'll do the right thing.
So Mayor, I'd like to close by requesting that I'll have a couple more minutes to respond to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now go out to public comment.
Ally?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, it's Ali Amar. This is one of the first times I've addressed the council. My wife, Nikki, is with me on the call. We've got 2 kids, Mo's grandkids, ages 8 and 5.5. The family's really suffered through the last decade plus, and we've been there for 23 years at Sunset. In the past it was fine, but with the ADU and the 6 kids, grandkids, it's time to remove it due to that risk of falling debris. I mean, I don't know who's going to assume the risk and accept the liability, except for us. We really can't invest another 10,000 plus to maintain a dying tree. And if we're not going to be allowed to remove it now, we just want to know a time frame. When can we allow it? The next appeals might have to come before the council again. And we hate to keep bringing this up, but in the interest of safety, we urge you to grant the appeal. Under the municipal code, the council has the ability to reverse or modify those prior decisions. I really thank you for your service to the community and my family.
Thank you. Something seems to be amiss with our online timer. We need to set it for 3 minutes. Okay, well, let's go old school. I'll just watch my timer. Ms.
Anthony
Lindstrom?
Chiani.
Okay. Welcome.
This is Tony Ciani. Is this who you've called on?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, we live on a site that has 6 oak trees, mature oak trees, and had a huge Monterey pine tree on it. And out of concern, we hired an arborist to investigate that tree, who recommended the tree could be saved. The city arborist recommended the tree could be saved. Eventually, the city arborist came along and said, you need to get that tree out of there because it's a hazard, and we cut it down. So I'm very sympathetic with the conditions that Mr. Omar and his family have on Sunset. I think the city needs to look at some alternative in this condition. I think if branches are falling off the tree routinely and threatening people's safety and possibly their lives, that needs to be taken into consideration about the tree's safety, not just is the tree going to fall over, but are the branches falling off? So my tendency would be to look for an alternative and look for a long-term solution that I'm not sure how you replace this tree or what you do in the meantime, but frankly, I'm sympathetic with the occupants and the neighbors. And I think you need to take a very serious look at these situations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lee.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening again. This tree has been doomed by the placement of this ADU. It's in its critical root zone. How did this code violation even be allowed to occur? The perimeter foundation installation damaged the tree's roots, and now the ADU itself blocks water from getting to those roots. If the ADU structure had been rotated 90 degrees when it was built, it would not have encroached on the tree as badly. These actions can only be leading to the tree's loss of health and early demise. The appellant has backed himself into a corner of fear for his family's well-being by his own doing, and he's also causing us to lose a beautiful, large, and increasingly rare canopy tree, whether immediately after the vote tonight or certainly sooner than nature intended. I don't want his family endangered, and I can see that possibility from the damage that's been done to this poor tree. So I would support this appeal and removal of the tree. But this cannot be allowed without consequences. I hope you will place significant demands on the appellant to discourage others from these kinds of transgressions damaging trees as more ADUs are quickly being approved. In this case, there are no trees in the front yard, so requiring replacement with 2 or 3 large box trees would not be a burden to this property. And to check for 5 years to assure that these trees thrive. And if they don't, require replacement again. I hope you will also be able to demand pier construction on top of the ground for other ADUs that are near trees. And also, is there a way for the recovered water used to water the golf course be available for residents for purchase for their yards in smaller quantities than for development to save trees and habitat and food for wildlife? I think with our drought, this would be a good idea to look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nathan Hodgson.
Welcome.
Hello, Council. My name is Nathan. This is my first time speaking with you all, and I want to thank you for your time. To be clear, my in-laws are Mo and Trina Amar, the owners of the residence. I'm fortunate to be married to their daughter, and together we have 2 kids. We moved to PG 2 years ago, kind of a homecoming for my wife, and we consider ourselves lucky and proud residents. Last month in December, my daughter turned 6. We planned a party for her, including reserving a space at Caledonia Park, a bounce house, etc. However, about a week prior to the party, we of course began seeing the weather forecasts. As you might remember, we had a lot of rain around that time, and we were forced to reschedule. At one point, we did consider moving the party to my in-laws' home, but decided that was not the best idea due to potential risk and safety to the people and children who might attend, particularly when knowing the history of how this tree has had fallen limbs and branches when the winds have blown or when a storm comes. We therefore rescheduled my daughter's party to a different day. However, Caledonia Park, as well as all other parks in PG, were already booked, and we were forced to host her party at a park in Monterey. This story is just one example of how this tree has impacted our lives, our decision-making, our family get-togethers, our day-to-day. We would love for this tree to not negatively impact our lives, but the simple fact is that it does. In my own line of work as a pediatric therapist, I help conduct assessments and evaluations to determine whether children will qualify for services. A lot of those assessment processes are very standardized, by the book, so to speak. But what I take most pride in is when our team uses what is called clinical judgment. Our observations, our experience, and professional expertise allows us, in certain circumstances, to view things outside the box, to offer assistance to a child who might have otherwise slipped through the cracks. I urge each and every one of you members of the council to utilize your clinical judgment, and perhaps in this case, look beyond the city code. I sincerely ask that collectively you demonstrate your best judgment in this decision regarding the safety of your fellow community members, because that's what this is. It isn't really about the existence of a single tree. It's about the health, safety, well-being of a group of residents in this wonderful city. 1 year from now, 5 years from now, whenever it is down the road, if heaven forbid something were to happen to one of these members, to one of our neighbors, to one of your neighbors, if something were to happen as a result of this tree, would you in that moment be able to look back, stand firm, and be proud of your decision? Please consider that, and please allow for the removal of this tree. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Thank you. I agree with both my husband and Rebecca Lee. I know what it was like to live with a tree that we loved it dearly. We loved the wildlife on it, the squirrels and the acorn woodpeckers having these great chases and all. It was a marvelous tree. Looking up through the canopy at the sky, there's just nothing like it, but it scared us to death. We don't have an attached garage. We had to walk around to the tree, and if it was windy and raining and stormy, it was scary. And it was a safety risk. Branches fortunately only came down on the cars and not on the people. But on the other, and Al Weisfuss has an incredible job trying to, have a crystal ball and figure out really what's going to happen. He sees aspects of the tree that we certainly don't see. But the problem here, it sounds like, just putting together what Rebecca said, is you really needed a landscape architect to figure out how to place that ADU. That's not his area of expertise. And I think for the city to be responsible, you need to investigate what went wrong here. I mean, Moamar did what the city asked him to do, but that wasn't the solution. So please, you didn't take this opportunity with the elm tree in Jewel Park, which is just an incredible loss that should never have happened. The city is not being responsible in figuring out what they need to do to save our trees. And I totally understand Moamar thinking, heck, you took out 79 trees. You approved 79 trees to be taken out, not because of safety, not because of the health of the tree, but because somebody wants to clear cut the property for a oversized project. So Mo was being responsible. Al was being responsible to the extent of his expertise. And the city council needs to direct the city manager to be responsible and figure out why this was a problem. And then undoubtedly, no, I shouldn't say undoubtedly, but likely the tree may need to be removed, which is just a terrible loss, but you need to replace it appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abe Amar.
Welcome.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Abraham Amar. I'm the resident in the ADU. I'm Mo's son, and I'm raising my two children and below this tree. And this tree has been a nuisance to this community prior to the ADU being built. There's tree limb failure throughout the winter season prior to the ADU being built. And I just think that the city council needs to take into consideration, this tree's removal. And I don't think there's much more to say that can't be found within the report. But this tree has between 7 and 10 years left of livable life. And within that 7 to 10 years, it'll have to be removed anyway. I don't see a problem with replacing new trees. 10, 15 years ago, Sunset was lined with pine trees, and those had been removed by Caltrans. And I don't see a problem with replacing trees with old dying trees. And I don't think there's much left to say.
Thank you.
Bill Bloom.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Honorable Mayor and council members, I appreciate you hearing me. I noticed that the staff did not address safety for this tree. They just addressed whether it was healthy or not. And we have trees. I have some cypress in my front yard here, and limbs fall almost every time we have a storm. So I'm speaking in favor of the appellant, and I think he's making a reasonable request and I understand the safety issue. So that's basically all I have to say. I think it's a reasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
All right. Mr. Amar, did you want to speak again? I allotted you 15 minutes and you only used 6 minutes. So
Mayor, the only thing I want to bring to your attention is just like my son stated, is those limbs have been failing forever. It's not, in 1999, Mr. Larson, my neighbor, wrote me a letter, and then he asked me to take care of the limbs because when they fail on his property, he's asking me to remove them. And I just want to say that I'm really grateful for our city staff. I appreciate the help of Anastasia Aziz, Alex Orthon, and anybody that helped me in this process. In closing, my big thing is this council had made a policy priority for affordable housing, low-income housing. And at some point in time, the council needs to make a decision when there's a tree in the way, which is more important, housing for Pacific Grove residents or retaining an old tree. And I can't thank you enough for your time, and have a nice evening.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the hearing part of this item. We'll now go to council discussion. Who would like to start off? Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to start off, and thank you to those who spoke tonight. And honestly, I really appreciated those comments. It wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but it seemed it definitely makes a lot of sense. And when we have city trees that are presenting a safety concern to our citizens, in my time on council, have made, I think, the prudent decision to remove the trees in order to avoid lawsuit and to protect our citizens and to make the right decision. So this is a privately owned tree, but it is causing a nuisance and a safety concern from the power lines to all the residents nearby, the children, any of the humans nearby. So I won't go on and on. I agree with removing this tree. It is unfortunate. I do believe that the events leading up to where the ADU was built probably could have been handled in a different way, more thoughtful way. And so those lessons learned should be captured. I agree with that very much. And the replant for our city ordinance, for the tree ordinance, which I believe we're going to undertake rewriting that, and I think we should. But at the moment, it is a 2-to-1 recommendation, I believe. So I would support that as well, that 2 trees be replanted by the applicant of like species and canopy, either on property or in a different location in the city. So that's what I have to say. And I also like that Gianni's can share the experience. I will let you know that my family went through a similar situation before I was on council and trying to remove a tree that we were deathly afraid of, and we did not get to remove it. So we've lived with it and paid thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to maintain it. It's a different type of tree. It's working out for now, but it is a very scary thing. And I have my, I guess, appreciation for what the Amars are going through and what it's been to get to this point. So thank you for running through this process, and I hope that we can remove the tree and plant some new ones. Thank you.
Councilmember Paduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to state that I've actually learned a lot about trees in the past few weeks than I have ever envisioned. And I would like to say that safety is like paramount for anything. I understand the tree concerns are there with respect to the canopy, etc. But safety to me is really paramount in anything. So I would support removal of the tree. But I did have a few observations that I would like the staff to note for the future. One is in reading, I found that there are conflicting arborist reports around the condition of the tree. And I'd want the city staff to build some consistency with such reports in the future. I understand it's a complicated kind of matter in itself, but hopefully we can build some consistency in there. The second thing is that it appears that the ADU designs and what the existing tree or landscape is, these all go hand in hand. And I'd like our ADU policies to address any such gaps, so we don't land into a situation like this in the future. And then broadly speaking, I do believe we need to have a more robust and effective tree management plan for the future. And by that, I mean that it should not be plans for just unhealthy or hazardous trees, but also plans for removal of healthy trees in cases like this, for example. And we need to build in conditions for replacement of such trees. I'm sure every citizen in this community is supportive of trees, and I'm sure citizens would really contribute to a replacement of trees in such cases. But overall, I advocate for the removal of this tree. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to compliment the Public Works for the job they've done in regards to this tree. I also, one thing about the trees, including the elm and trees in general at Jewel and going around the city, I paid more attention for myself on trees. In fact, I paid a couple of attentions to my personal trees with a couple of big redwoods in front of my house. And but I also understand each tree is different. I found that out, that each tree looks different. However, this tree, when I visited the property, there is still damage on the roof line from a fallen branch. And I think there's no doubt about it, there's a safety issue. And I also think there's a liability issue, that if there's a problem in the future, and I like the comment by Mrs. Ciani about the crystal ball. We don't have a crystal ball to say what's going to happen to this tree. However, I'm concerned about the safety of the residents in that tree, in that house, the ADU, because I did see the damage. That one limb fell on the roof and damaged the gutters and part of the roof. So my vote is to remove the tree.
May I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to remove the tree.
Second.
Right. Let me check with our city attorney. Does the motion need findings associated with it? How would you suggest we proceed?
The motion should be supported by findings. What I heard is a concern about safety. What I see in the report by Ono Consulting is that the tree was determined to be of high risk, and there was a showing indicating pinch canker. So I think that the criteria for high-risk trees could be found if that's the will of the council, and because of the safety issue. So if the council would be pleased that those factors can be determined to be in existence, and that would be support the findings for removal of the tree.
I'll go to the makers of the motion. Councilmember Emilio, do you agree with those statements?
I agree with those statements that they're high risk and there's a safety issue.
And Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams?
I agree as well.
Do you agree?
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if I understood the city attorney correctly, he's asking us to adopt a finding of overriding consideration as regards the safety issues provided in the arborist reports provided that the appellant provided us with. I think that's Mr. Ono's report. Is that correct?
Would not use the term overriding considerations because I don't believe that that's a CEQA standard.
Okay.
So it is just findings that this does meet the chapter 12.40 high risk criteria, and there is a safety risk.
And those safety risks were pointed out in the arborist report done by Mr. Ono. Is that what you're saying?
Well, and also by the owner, and also by the history of the tree, and by the inspection that was referenced by the council members.
I've got a question for Mr. Go. What is the current replacement ratio? Is it a 1-to-1 or is it a 1-to-2? What's the actual replacement ratio? And what size would you recommend? Like a 48-inch box size? What would you recommend for a replacement?
Councilmember Coletti through the bear. The current application is 1-to-1 replacement with no size, but we do recommend anything larger than a 5-gallon.
Would 36 inches be appropriate?
That would be totally up to the city council for the determination on how they would like to move forward with any additional requirements of the appellant and the property owner.
But okay, so you don't have a maximum, but you've got a minimum. The minimum's a 5-gallon. All right.
And a 1-to-1 ratio, that's correct.
All right. Well, I'd like to propose an amendment that we do have 2 replacements, and that they be 24-inch box trees if the maker of the motion is amenable.
I'm okay with that, Councilman Member Coletti.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Lindstrom, may we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Moving on to the next agenda item, it's item 12A, the former item 13G, Elizabeth Hall Legal Services for ATC project. I have a short presentation, but before we start, normally we hear from staff on items, and Mr. Harvey, you hired Ms. Hull at the direction of City Council to become part of the ATC real property negotiating team that be for Sloat Avenue and Ocean View Boulevard easement. Would you like to kick off this particular item?
Mayor, with due respect, I don't know that I'm going to be able to add anything to it. You stated that correctly. We were working under direction from council to hire Ms. Hull. As you have pointed out in your agenda report, there is not at this time a cap on the fees for her services, and we have expended approximately about $40,000 at this moment. We're actively working with Ms. Hull. We are making good progress with the applicant's team and their attorney, and we expect to be able to return to council in the near future, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I'll now attempt to share my screen and give a presentation, and then we'll go out to public comment. And Ms. Lindstrom, question, maybe just some housekeeping. I see some folks that should be on the attendees side as opposed to the panelist side. Is it easy to switch them back?
I can switch them back, yes. Who specifically, I guess? I don't.
Well, all the speakers, public speakers over the last half an hour, I
don't show them as
I don't see them.
Okay, I
still-
see
Yeah,
Rebecca Lee, Lisa Gianni, Anthony Ciani, Jenny McMurdo.
there's like a dozen of them.
Yeah, Michael Ipsum, Im Aikman, Carmelita Garcia, Inga Lorenzen Dahmer, Bill Bloom.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Okay.
might, I think it matters how you set your view, I think. I mean, from what I'm seeing, when I change my view to speaker, I don't see everybody who's spoken.
Okay, no matter. I'll go ahead and share my screen on this item. Right, as I stated, Elizabeth Hall Legal Services Agreement. The timeline, July 26th last year, the city manager approved an agreement for BB&K Legal Services. Elizabeth Hall is a BB&K attorney, services related to the ATC, 39, not to exceed 39,500. The following month, council approved adding Elizabeth Hall to the property negotiating team. By November 24th last year, we received several invoices, and the total amount paid to BB&K was $39,055. So as of today, so billable hours have accrued since that last invoice 2 months ago, and billable hours are accruing, as Mr. Harvey just explained. And so for council's consideration tonight are a higher expenditure limit. Staff has requested an additional $60,000, which would bring the total cost for Elizabeth Hall services to $100,000. Perhaps a small point, the scope of services was in the agreement was real estate. It didn't state the ATC. We might want to put that in there. And the term of the original agreement, which was 6 months ago, the term ended July 1st, 2022. So we might want to revisit that as well. So this is the item that is before us at this time. We need to approve or not higher expenditure for this. But this also brings up the issue of financial controls of services. This isn't an item that we need to tackle tonight, but I brought this forward. I thought it was timely for some council thoughts and discussion where we might go. We've had 2 recent agreements for legal services, Hull and Coolentano. Coolentano was for the CDTFA lawsuit. So it was a similar council approval. We directed staff to hire them. It did not specify an expenditure limit. And they have dissimilar types of agreements and the way in which expenditure approvals are handled differently. And just to summarize, Michael Coolentano Legal Services, on February 17th, the city manager approved a letter from Coolentano for services without a specified dollar limit. And the week later, council approved that hiring, also did not specify a limit. And the total amount paid for their services was almost $107,000. And that's the end of my presentation. So we'll now go out to public comment.
Anthony Chiani.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Peak and members of the council. I'm a little bit concerned that the citizens of Pacific Grove, through you, are paying for attorney's fees to negotiate or represent you in terms of negotiations or handling of use of public right-of-ways, so that for the purposes of a private project, and I'm focusing on the American Cannery Hotel and Commercial Project, we're paying, we, the citizens, are paying for an attorney to provide some oversight on the negotiations for the use of Sloat Avenue and Ocean View Boulevard for private use. Are those fees, the ones you're talking about now, going to be reimbursed by the applicant for the ATC Hotel and Commercial Project? Or are we, the citizens, subsidizing that? That's the question. Doesn't seem right. From what I've seen in the last 10 years of living in Pacific Grove, is the city of Pacific Grove is really good at paying for consultants to do a lot of work. And it's very high price consultants. And it's supposed to be on behalf of the citizenry, of the residents here. And yet I don't see how that's getting reimbursed by the beneficiaries of that. So I hope your fiduciary responsibilities are kicking in and you're going to consider how to make these decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa Chiani.
Welcome.
Hi, I've lowered my hand twice, but it keeps raising. And I do agree with my husband on about the fact that, yeah, for Sloat Avenue negotiations, I sure hope that the city's going to be reimbursed, and I hope this is premature and it isn't even going to happen, that there is not going to be a vacation of Sloat Avenue, because it's absolutely not right. And the amount of money that the city citizens paid for the lawsuit against the state about the sales tax, it's kind of mind-boggling. So I appreciate that the mayor has brought this situation to the community's attention, and I hope that much more careful agreements will be made for proceeding with expensive legal consultation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lorenzen Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm wondering how many more overrides this city council is going to approve that the city manager pays and just goes charging on. I mean, I think that whole fiasco with the sales tax should be on the responsible person's liability insurance, as in malpractice. Supposedly, our city attorney took the fall, but I'm wondering how many more staff things are going to just gallop away with our taxpayer money. And when some meaningful controls are going to be put on expenditures. because they certainly have no limits and are just running away with us. And if you think that spending money to close my street, Sloat Avenue, is benefiting me, you are sorely mistaken. And my understanding is that because the mayor was saying private property agreement, well, it is private for the benefit of private, not public. And this is just unconscionable expenditures. And I wish it would stop because I'm tired of paying for the city's mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for council discussion. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I think it's become incredibly apparent that we're out of sync with how we're getting contracts issued through the city manager's purchasing authority, which routinely exceed the amount that he is actually allowed to issue purchase orders under, which is around $40,000. The Culantano contract is a perfect example. That PO was a $35,000 PO. That invoices kept coming in. Our finance department kept paying, and the total's over $100,000. That is not a financial control. Now, the appropriate thing would have been to bring that contract back to City Council to vote for amendment, which is what we're doing here. And I hope the auditors are listening. They're on the line here. I just can't. This is happening on a routine basis, and it just has to stop. We have to get in sync with the scope of work we're signing up to in the contract, and then the payment mechanism, or who's going to be authorizing that payment. And if it's over $40,000, that's the council's responsibility to authorize. It's not the city manager. So we've got these purchase orders for $40,000 that are capped, that are being issued by the city manager for contracts that routinely exceed that amount. So that's a problem. And even Mrs. Hall's contract had a problem with it. I mean, it was just sent to the mayor to increase it without bringing it to council. So again, financial controls are really kind of the take-home message of this agenda item in my mind. As regards Mrs. Hall's, we haven't had an update from her in almost, it's been over a month or so. So I just think we need to stay better informed. We need regular updates about what our contractors are doing and what work has been performed, especially when we're talking about, $100,000 contract at this point. I'm not saying Mrs. Hall hasn't been engaged. I just don't know all the details. And so I would welcome the city manager to take the lead on this and to keep the council informed on what these big ticket contracts are actually up to. So I don't like it. Nobody likes it when we think the cost is X, and then we come to find out, no, it's really Y. And we're talking a doubling of, what's been expected. This happened with the Holman's remodel for the library. It happened again recently with some archaeologist that was hired to be an observer for one of our public works projects. So this is not some isolated event. And I'm just saying, council, we need to get in sync with how we issue contracts and how they get approved, and that they don't exceed the city manager's spending authority. And I certainly hope the auditor is listening to this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Reed McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this, to council so we can have this open discussion. you know, so back in July of 2021, we actually added, we made an amendment to our purchasing system and procedures chapter of the municipal code. And this was the first read that we added C, a written report of all purchases made under authority of section 2.16.160 shall be provided to council on a quarterly basis. And 2.16.160 is referencing the city manager's spending authority. We haven't received a report. I did check this week, and I guess we're maybe getting one in February. But for me, you know, that was an amendment that I brought to council after the library project went over. And, you know, I don't like being put on the spot in that capacity. Here we are. I recall our city attorney when I asked him back at that meeting about the library, overrun, was that the services have been provided and that the city is liable to pay. So we have to pay, period. And I don't think that that's how this is supposed to act. This is how these scenarios are supposed to be. So I would really encourage our finance department and Miss Hannah to come up with a way that this is not, this needs to stop. These aren't oversights, or I made a mistake, or we absolutely had to do. No, I mean, it's just, it's getting, it's too consistent. And I really hope that this is the fourth time that we can nip this in the bud and not have to be put in this position again to be approving these overruns without really any option. That's not the way that I want to do business, and that's not fiscally prudent, nor is it being transparent. So thank you for bringing this forward, and we have no choice but to approve this because the services have already commenced. Thanks.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I'm all about, better cleaning up our practices better. To me, it seems like we hired Ms. Hull without putting a limit on the spending authority. So that, and I don't know that I guess without a limit, it implies that it's only up to the city manager's spending authority. So we have exceeded that. So I understand why the two are hanging together for the mayor's recommendation of what we should be talking about. And it seems to me, when we went out to hire Ms. Hall, there was no way that when we asked at the time, how much do we think this is going to cost? We asked about Mr. Colentuno, how much do we think this is going to cost? And it was a wild guess for the city manager and city attorney to be able to give us that number, having not even spoke to those attorneys and the scope and laid out the scope of work and whether they wanted the job, right? So I think in practice, if we ask staff to hire an outside counsel, which seems to be happening more and more these days, they go ahead and do so. And as soon as that they've accepted the job, it needs to come back to us with more information so that we can set a limit like we're doing here tonight, which the limit I support, which would be $100,000. But I'm afraid if we try to direct staff to hire a consultant or an attorney, and they haven't discussed the scope of work or gotten their fees or gotten a bid on the project, or it's going to be very hard for us to know where to set that limit to. So it might be a two-step process, but I fully support as soon as we get them on payroll, let's go ahead and rediscuss it and set a limit. So in this instance, I'm happy to support the recommended action tonight of not exceeding 100,000. And then I just stated my opinion about the financial controls. I also would like to see this spending authority report that Mayor Pro Tem McAdams brought up. Thanks.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for bringing this agenda item up. I'm in support of the recommendation, the first approved action to cap it to 100,000. My view is that with legal fees and legal charges, it does become a complicated matter on where things should fall with respect to the cap. So my suggestion is to have the staff look into what would be a reasonable cap for the council to establish in cases like this, especially the legal situations, so that the council is well aware of what we are getting into. I totally agree that something in the nature of, like, say, $1 million should not happen. That's really out of the way. But even for situations like this, perhaps a suggestion not only on how to build that cap, but also build some proper controls within the city, so that you have a two-step process to approve items versus just one step. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thanks, Your Honor. I'd kind of just want to hear from the finance department on kind of their feedback. Perhaps Ms. Hannah could discuss her opinion on this potentially complicated matter of these controls. Obviously I support the recommendation number 1 tonight on this agenda report, but I just kind of going forward, I would like to have her input. If I could go through the mayor and ask for that.
Ms. Hannah, welcome.
Good evening. Councilmember Smith, through the mayor. One of the things that we had seen in both of these is that these are in closed session, that is unique to these two situations that have brought up. And I think it's a good idea that the mayor has brought forward a discussion item to talk about future handling of closed session items and ensuring that there's a cap on that. In the case of the Colentano item, I have reviewed that with the auditors, and I have shared with them the documentation when it was flagged, as well as the city manager's authorization to move forward with the payment, as well as the city attorney's. And Mr. Chavon is here, but I'm not certain if he is present right now or just planning to speak later this evening. But he has reviewed that documentation, and he said that he would support the finance department moving forward in that practice, because there was sufficient authorization in this case, or he would feel there was sufficient authorization.
Oh, thank you. I was interested in hearing the feedback. I think that, if we choose to cap something in the future, we can always do so at the time that we elect the services. Although I will say, as a lawyer myself, it is sometimes difficult to forecast, but I think you can get a ballpark, at least, number from if it's a litigation matter, from attorneys that have been doing it a long time. So thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support this recommendation, but I wanted to say that when we talked about these services, we wanted these services, but there was really no cap, is what I remember as. Maybe I misunderstood, but that's where I'm at. Yes, in the future, it would be nice to have for us as a council to say, hey, instead of X amount of dollars, it's going to be X amount of dollars. And then that would keep us informed. But personally, Now, this is dealing with a situation in the past, dealing with a civil situation with some attorneys. Sometimes it's hard to say it's going to be X amount of dollars until they put the amount of dollars into a case, and it might be XX. So it's a moving target, is what I'm trying to say. But all in all, I think we should be kept informed, and that. But I do approve this motion for Best and Krager.
I want to, there are a lot of good statements here. First of all, I support Councilmember Coletti's comments in regards to that the contracts and the billable hours and the approvals are out of sync. It's putting it nicely to say that where there has been an agreement and a cap, the work continues beyond that cap. And I think we need to look at our policy and our regulations. I think that's falls actually on both the contractor as well as the city. If work is contingent, the work is, say, capped at $40,000, and there's an agreement with the contractor, and then the contractor keeps working and billing beyond $40,000, just ignores that, and staff it also ignores that cap. That's our fiscal controls are out the window, and that's on us. That's on City Council. I think everything should have a cap. I like the idea. Several people have said it's hard to judge the costs of, say, litigation or other activities ahead of time. So council can give direction and then get the contractor to come back and give us a cost estimate. I think that would be very prudent. But I'd say there needs to be a fallback. And I thought, as Councilmember Tomlinson said, the fallback is the city manager's approval authority, which is $40,000. And clearly, we've had instances where expenses have exceeded his approval authority and should have come back to council, or it's coming back like Elizabeth Hall's expenses are coming back now after she's racked up billable hours beyond her agreement. So I'll speak to that. To Mr. Harvey, do you have any idea what the charges have been accrued to date from Elizabeth Hall beyond the invoiced amount of $39,000?
No, I mean, I don't think that we're going to be getting anywhere near $100,000 for the effort on this negotiation, but she is still working with the applicant's attorney. She did have a meeting with me and Ms. Hunter on Friday to provide us with an update as to where things stood and what remained to be addressed. So, I think it's probably, at least probably another $10,000 plus of effort, if not a little bit more, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near $100,000.
Has she provided any information to you as to what the total cost might be or a range?
She has indicated that, she is aware of this item is on the agenda, and all she was able to say was she didn't think it would be anywhere near $100,000 for her efforts on this.
But she didn't state what the charges are. When you spoke to her, she didn't mention the charges that she's already accrued to today.
I didn't specifically ask her how much, Elizabeth, have you charged from the last invoice to where we are today. And I don't know that she would have known that because, she was working with us on a conference call. She had an associate who was going to follow up on some action items. So I don't know that she would have had a tally if I'd asked her that day. Am I not answering the question? or-
Okay, no, we don't know. We don't know, since the last invoice, we don't know how much she's already accrued in billable time to us. We're not sure what the future is, but an additional $60,000 beyond in expenses beyond the end of November, you told us, and she's indicated that should be sufficient.
Well, she's indicated she does not anticipate to get anywhere near that amount, is what she said.
Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but anyhow.
Well, that means it's going to be far short of $100,000.
Okay, yeah, far short could be anyone's guess what far short is. I think this begs a few questions, and how we handle also purchase orders. In terms going back to Michael Culentano, that how did we get to $106,000 when there was no council approval of any expenditure beyond? Well, we just didn't even spend, we didn't even approve an expenditure amount at all. Mr. Harvey?
So my understanding of the city manager spending authority and the way in which I operate, I need to make this statement because I think we've been all over the map here in this discussion. That if I'm initiating an expenditure, that is the amount that I'm allowed to expend, assuming that the money has been budgeted for by the council in the budget within accounts and so forth. In the case of Ms. Hull and Ms. Culentano, these people were hired under council direction, not city manager direction. So yes, we used the city manager contract template to hire Ms. Hull, but this was not under my direction that these individuals were hired. And I need to say that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So that adds another dimension. I think there's several aspects of this beyond the discussion tonight that we need to look at how the requests for work originate, how we deal with expenditure limits or the absence thereof, whether that's a policy or an accounting procedure or something in the municipal code. I think I appreciate all people's thoughts, and I think we as council need to be accountable for and fiscally responsible for all expenditures. So this is an area that I'm hearing some appetite for further discussion. But Councilmember Coletti and then Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I completely agree that we need to get in sync with our hiring and our payments. And if the city manager only has a spending authority of $40,000, then we can't pay invoices above that until council authorizes it. That's just a simple, it's just a simple, come back to council and get approval. I think we're kind of operating under the practice of, it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission, and that just has to stop. But to this agenda item right now, Your Honor, if this contract doesn't need to be $100,000, which is what the city manager is saying, then let's not make it $100,000. I mean, all it does is having a higher limit it invites someone to go up to that limit where the scope of work may not necessarily require that. So I think this is the perfect opportunity to introduce this kind of concept of a financial control and put a cap on the contract of where the scope of work is actually going to take it. So if this is quote unquote far less than $100,000, let's make this contract far less than $100,000. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there's lots more to discuss here. I mean, anytime I hire a consultant in my line of work, there's a scope of work, I understand the price, and for every change order, it is sent to me with a price, and I have to get approval, to say yes to that change order before it happens. And there's a lot of controls that go into managing the company's money. So same type of process I think should be taking place here. I do understand the nuance that the city manager spending authority is for items that he has not been told to do by the council. And if he's gonna go on his own and do something, hire something, spend some money, he can't go above that amount. That's not this case. We asked him to hire Elizabeth Hole, but we didn't put a cap on it. And we need to start doing that. So that's my takeaway. And it seems like everyone's fine with the 100,000 tonight. It's anyone's guess. I mean, the city manager even is unsure as to whether it will, how much less than 100,000. We haven't checked in with Elizabeth, it sounds like, for 3 months on where her bill is at. So unless we had more information, I can't decide what not to exceed. The mayor's proposing 100,000. I don't know how to guess at that. So.
I put down 100,000 with caveat. That was the staff recommendation. I'm now hearing it's going to be far less than 100,000. So I suggest 75,000. Yeah, round it up to 80. Round it up to 80. That's double the amount that we've already expended.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Please.
Okay. I move that we approve the payment not to exceed $80,000 to BBK LLP for Elizabeth Hall legal services related to development and commercial real estate of the ATC Hotel and commercial projects.
I'll second.
Sorry, I'm not done. That it also includes the ATC scope to be in the contract, as well as an end date of July of 2022. If any of that needs to be extended, we'll see it again. And then also that's it.
So here's a second.
I'll second.
Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, I just understood that staff had come up with the recommendation. I'd like the staff to also weigh in on this item, whether 80,000 would affect anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peduri, through the mayor. $80,000 is probably fine. We don't have an exact guess, but we can always come back if we get to a point where we're approaching that threshold. So I think that's just fine. Thank you.
I'm supportive. Yeah, thank you.
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And Mr. Harvey, I hope from today's discussion, it's clear that before, if in the hopefully unlikely event that Ms. Hull's billable time to Pacific Grove exceeds $80,000, that come back to council before that event happens. I think that would be prudent.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think I just answered through Councilmember Peduri's comment that that's what we would do. I already said.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry. You did. All right. Before we close this out, Councilmember Pedori, you have your hand raised.
You were muted.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, Mayor Peak, your voice, when you speak, there's some static behind it. I don't know if it's at my end or otherwise, but just an FYI.
Okay, thank you. I probably need a new city computer. Mr. Cosme, if you're here, please take note. All right, it's a little bit after 8 o'clock. We normally take a break at this time. Not see any objections. Not seeing any. Let's resume at 8:27.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I think we have council back. Let's continue. Our next item is the new 12B, Public Works Warehouse and Office Building Fire Replacement and Repair. Mr. Go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, I have a very brief presentation. Share my screen. Okay, very good. Thank you again, Mayor Peak, members of the City Council, members of the public. This item is to bring forth the rehabilitation of our warehouse and our administration office after the Public Works fire that occurred at 2100 Sunset Drive. The recommendation tonight is to authorize an agreement with Jacob Construction and Design not to exceed $485,643 plus a 15% contingency for the replacement of the metal building and repairs to the administrative office at the Public Works Corporation yard. A very brief update on why we are bringing this forward. On June 5th of 2021, a vehicle traveling on Grove Acres crossed Sunset Drive at a high rate of speed, crashed into the Public Works warehouse, caused the fire, the picture you're seeing on the left. The warehouse was totaled, including the electrical panels, the IT infrastructure, phone, and numerous supplies and documents. The Public Works Administration office, which is just in front of the warehouse, suffered fire damage primarily from the excessive heat that was generated and water damage from putting out the fire. The scope of services tonight that we'll be asking for approval is the warehouse is the demolition of the existing metal structure, design of the new structure with plans that we could provide to our building department for city approvals, and then ultimately fabrication and installation of the new warehouse, including paint. At the administration office, we'll be removing and replacing the damaged studs and sheetrock, removing the roof and replace the trusses. They have sustained significant damage. The plywood of the roof, the composite roof, will be installing new flooring and a central heater unit. And I'd like to note retain the services of an electrical engineer that has been preparing plans for the electrical upgrades and reconnections for permanent power. We issued a request for qualifications on October 20th of 21, and we received the statements of qualifications and received 2 proposals from the following firms: Jacob Construction and Design for $485,000 and DD Construction Incorporated for $885,000. We've qualified Jacob Construction and Design as the lowest responsible bidder. So the fiscal impact, I'm sure you're all wondering, but this project is funded under the city's existing property insurance coverage through the CGPIA, the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. The city will be fully reimbursed for this project by Sedgwick, which is an independent insurance adjuster assisting the CGPIA with this claim. And my report, and I'm here to field any questions. Thank you very much, and we look forward to getting this project going.
Any public comment on this item? Mr. Go, if you could stop sharing your screen, appreciate it.
I see no hands raised.
I believe my screen is not shared any longer. Are you still seeing it?
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Go, for the report. I just wanted to ask if the electrical engineer additional cost will also be covered by Sedgwick. I assume so. Do you anticipate that?
100%, I do anticipate that that is correct. Once we get the plan set, prepared from them, we will issue an RFP and go through the same process where we allow Sedgwick the opportunity to review the received proposals and receive a memo from them accepting those proposals.
Okay, and I'm in support of this recommended action, and I am appreciative that Jacob Construction has had a bid that was nearly half the price of the other bid. So I guess I'm thankful to see that was out there for us to authorize. So thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director Go, do we have an inventory of all the lost archived plans and documents?
I have an inventory of the lost plans and blueprints, Coletti, Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor. There were so many documents that were retained out there by the respective departments. I do not have a physical list of documents that were damaged during the fire, unfortunately.
Okay. What kind of precautions are, I mean, institutional knowledge is very important. And I know, in fact, I know you even use some of the old plans for from the old sewer plant to design the local water project. So when we lose this institutional knowledge, that's not good. So what kind of precautions are we going to take to protect our important public records?
I don't have an answer for you at the present moment to that, Councilmember Coletti. I'm here presenting the rehabilitation of the warehouse in our office building, and if there's specific measures that you would like to see take place for future document retention and inventories, that would be a topic for another discussion.
Well, I'm just imagining that the topic did come up. I mean, when your building burns down and the plans with them, you start to kind of scratch your head and wonder what we could do better. I guess that's just what I was, but if we want to, I think you're right in a larger context, we probably should have this on an agenda item later. But I was just trying to get some of your initial thoughts. I guess I've got another question. So
I would make a suggestion that in the future, we try to digitize everything and it's in the cloud base so it can be accessed from anybody, anywhere. And that I don't have plans and documents from the early 1900s being stored.
Excellent suggestion to get that conversation started. I appreciate that. And I think I will try to bring that to council so we can further pursue it. This new structure, Mr. Go, is it going to have fire sprinklers?
That's yet to be determined by the building official. It would be up to him. We don't have the water service for those, and that was not part of the proposal for the sprinkler systems.
Okay. All right. All right. What's your instinct, or what do you feel is the high difference between the two bids we saw? I mean, as Councilmember Tomlinson said, one's basically half of the other.
One company be strictly local, and the other company being from a location where they would have to house employees and have larger mobility costs.
Okay, that's fair enough. Can I ask you to please come back either through email or and to council and let council know whether their fire suppression system is going to be installed as part of the reconstruction out there. I think it's kind of intuitive that it would be, but I'd like to know yay or nay on that. Thank you.
Once we have the plans, this is a design build.
Right.
So I didn't specify one way or the other in the design build aspect of the project.
Yeah, I'm okay. So if you can keep council updated, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in support of this, and I also was down there just probably around 11:30, just before the building burst into flames, and observing the complete damage done to a metal shed, a metal structure, where the beams were literally bent. In a way I could understand, this is a metal structure, and to house certain, I don't know, plans or whatever, I would think this would probably be a safe place, but it's all hindsight. We just, didn't know a car would slam into the building and burst into flames. So also, because they didn't have power for so long, they were on generators, and they also now have these mobile type homes where you have 2-3 people working in the same structure. However, I think we need to get moving on this, and I'm in total agreement with the recommendation.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
I'd like to make a motion.
please.
I move we authorize an agreement for construction. You okay?
Sorry.
No, keep going. Authorize an agreement with Jacob Construction and Design not to exceed $485,643 plus a 15% contingency for the replacement of the metal building and repairs to the administrative office at the Public Works Corporation yard.
Second.
Discussion on the motion. I just had a question. Mr. Go, thank you for sending me the email with the additional costs. It's a little bit north of 160,000. I wasn't quite clear from your email. Were those costs also reimbursed by CJPIA?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. All costs have been reimbursed minus our $10,000 deductible that we had.
Great. Well, thank you very much for pursuing the insurance claims and getting that reimbursement. That's excellent. And not to belabor too much, the question about records, I also thought that, well, we have a very elaborate records policy. It's, to me, perhaps overly elaborate. And so it's been over 6 months since the fire. I guess this would be a good time to take a look at that policy and what's on paper, and Mr. Go, as you suggest, what's on what's digital, and figure out what we've lost and how we can do a better job. So I know our city manager is listening in. I hope we'll see something in the near future on this topic. All right. Ms. Lindstrom, would you give us a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Podori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 601.
All right, and let the record show that Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams did not return after the break. We're now on to item 12C, as in cat, the former item 5B, council minutes from January 12th. And our deputy city clerk, I think this is your item.
Yes, these are the city clerk's minutes. I don't have them in front of me, but I can try and answer any questions that anyone may have.
Okay, and I see, we'll go out to the public for comments. I see Mr. Gianni, you pulled this item, your hand is up. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak. I'm a little concerned. I had my hand up for the last item. Maybe I missed my opportunity to speak on it, but I'm going to take an opportunity now to speak on it because I only have a few comments on the minutes. I'm surprised that in replacing this building for Public Works, that you didn't do a proprietary specification with regard to the importance of fire safety and the other issues. It just astounds me that you don't have that knowledge to do that. With regard to the minutes, this meeting spanned from one day to the next day. So yes, it started on January 12th, but then it continued until January 13th. In fact, the decisions that were made regarding this special item, the ATC hotel and commercial project, those decisions did not occur until the 13th, January 13th. And yet all of the documents I've seen so far have said the decisions were made on the 12th. That isn't what happened. So how can these resolutions 22-001-002-003 all have occurred on the 12th when they really didn't occur until the 13th? And I think it's really important for the city to have these records accurate. And so I think the minutes should reflect that. The minutes say the meeting did not end until 12:20 a.m. on the 13th. And that's correct. So shouldn't the resolutions that go along with that occur at that time, not the day before? And shouldn't the signatures by the planning director or CDD director reflect the facts, not some imaginary date? So I'm concerned that the city is kind of doing fuzzy stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I just have a small but important issue, which is I wrote to Sandra Candell yesterday and again today, since I didn't get a response, and she's always so good about that, and I didn't get any automated response saying she's not there. So I don't know what the deal is, but I was letting her know that one name is missing from the members of the public giving public comment, because I kept a running list, and there was a man named Rudy Z who spoke, and I don't know him, but anyway, I explained in my email to Senator Kendall that he was in between Gretchen Fletcher and Bill Gilreath. So I hope that that will get corrected in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
All right. Thank you very much. Just two items real quickly. Ms. Kendall, as you can tell, is not with us tonight. She's on leave. So perhaps we can get an automatic email response. Perhaps that's the city manager's call on that. I want to ask our city attorney about Mr. Chani's comment. It's an interesting one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to respond to that. I did chat with your city clerk before these minutes were put together. We were of accord that this is standard practice. This was the meeting of Wednesday, January 12th. The minutes properly reflect that the meeting did not adjourn until 12:20 on January 13th, but it was still the meeting of January 12th. That's the time for which the notice was provided. That's the agenda that you followed. The meeting was held continuously. It was not adjourned. It was not continued in any way. It just progressed past the midnight hour. If you were to record this as having official action on January 13th, that would raise more questions. Where was the notice for the January 13th meeting? You'd have to then explain that, well, that's really on the January 12th meeting. January 12th was the date of the meeting. You properly continued it past the midnight hour. The minutes reflect that, and I believe that's proper standard practice in the municipal field of keeping minutes. And your city clerk did consult with me beforehand, and we both independently reached that same decision, and that's how the minutes are presented to you. If a separate set of minutes were going to be prepared for January 13th, and if your resolutions were approved as of January 13th, then it would raise that host of other questions as to what was the date of the notice, and were those resolutions appropriately enacted. So this is how it was presented to you, and my recommendation is that you ratify these.
Fascinating. Council discussion, motion to approve. Councilmember Tomlinson.
I move that we approve the minutes.
I'll second that. May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, absent. Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Interesting discussion. I vote aye.
Councilmember Pridori.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 601.
Thank you. All right, on to new business, item 13A, which is the former item 6A, Project Home Key. Ms. Anastasia Wyatt, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Thank you for bringing this item forward today. I am looking for approval to submit a home key application to the State Housing and Community Development Department. This application would be in conjunction with a couple of different partners. One is Shangri-La Industries as a development partner, and Step Up as a nonprofit provider of homeless services to help assist people who end up in these units to maintain their housing. So that is what I'm here with for tonight. Thank you.
We'll go out to public comment.
Dan Wilson,
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Roxanne Wilson, and I am the Executive Officer of the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, which is Monterey and San Benito County's Continuum of Care Lead Agency. The coalition is tasked with various important activities pertaining to addressing the homeless crisis, like the upcoming point in time count, funding agencies, writing policies, and creating and implementing the overall homeless response strategy. Last year, the coalition released a 5-year plan to reduce homelessness by 50% and also some supplemental reports that supported the reasoning behind the plan. And of those reports, we released a system performance analysis and a housing market analysis, where we found that Monterey County suffers from a major shortfall of low-income housing. For every 100 extremely low-income households, we only have 16 units in our community to serve them. I asked the council to review those reports in the plan, which is at the coalition's website. And also we invite you to join us at the Summit on Homelessness, which we'll host this summer. In 2020, the coalition managed Project Roomkey, an emergency shelter program specifically for serving people who are experiencing homelessness and have major health implications should they contract COVID-19. And we had 9 program participants from the peninsula, mostly from the city of Pacific Grove. They were sick and elderly women who were found living in their vehicles and referred to the program from the health department. These women were the most difficult to house, but not because they had extreme mental illness or because they suffered from substance use disorder. It was because they refused to move to any other jurisdiction aside from the city of Pacific Grove or the city of Monterey. We were able to convince one person to move to the city of Marina, as that was the closest to the peninsula we could find. And the remaining 8, unfortunately, exited back into their cars. I'm here to ask the council to support the proposed acquisition and conversion of the hotel in your great city of Pacific Grove. Time and time again, we encounter people with very similar mindsets, and as the above mentioned 9. We have seen great successes with the Home Key project that we stood up in Salinas with the same partners that will be working on your project in PG. Less than 1 week after closing the Salinas project, we permanently housed over 60 individuals into 57 units. We've never seen anything like that before. It's through projects like these that we can see fast and significant impacts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Inga Lorenzen-Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm obviously in support of housing the homeless and extremely low income, and that's wonderful. I am going to bring up an interesting side to this, is that in gaining this kind of housing, we are losing some lower cost hotel accommodations, which is what most of Pacific Grove is considered as lower, especially out there in the R3M. So it's just kind of an interesting aside that you give up one and gain another, but I think we should have room for both, housing the homeless, and I think this project is probably the best that could happen, but it's just one of those other issues that probably nobody's particularly thinking of. So thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Todd Lipka.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Todd Lipka. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Step Up, one of the organizations described for the project. It's our honor to have the prospect of working with the city on a home key motel conversion. Our partner Shangri-La and Step Up have been working on this model for about the past 12 years. We've done numerous motel conversions throughout Los Angeles County, and we did 2 home key projects together last year. You've heard about the one in Salinas and also one in San Bernardino. And in our relationship, Shangri-La brings significant construction experience in converting motels. Step Up is a leading service provider using the Housing First model. And in fact, in our motel conversions and across all the housing in which we place individuals, last year we placed about 600 homeless individuals into permanent supportive housing, and we have a 97% retention rate, which means that 1 year after we place people in housing, 97 out of 100 are still in housing. So this is a model that works, and Home Key has been done across the state last year, and it's an even bigger adoption because of the increase in the budget amounts. So this is a really proven model, and through Home Key, it's been a proof of concept that this really works. And time again, Step Up has worked in destination communities like Santa Monica, Hollywood. We have a project across the country in Florida. And time again, it shows that homeless individuals, when they're provided the very things that they need, which is a roof over their head that's permanent, combined with significant supportive services, intensive supportive services on site, that people do recover, even people with serious mental illness who've been homeless for many years. We've housed individuals who've been living on the street for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, even some individuals who've been homeless for 40 years. In fact, Steve Lopez wrote a LA Times article about a man who was homeless in Beverly Hills for 30 years, and he moved into one of our motel conversions in Hollywood in 2013, and he's still stably housed and doing very well today. So this model will put intensive services right on site, case managers in the project, at least 2 full-time case managers, to ensure that tenants reintegrate back in and become part of the community. We're very proud to have an opportunity to work with the city of Pacific Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Coletti.
Well, I just have a question, I guess, for Anastasia. 1111 Lighthouse is one of the most recent motels, I guess it's really a motel, that's been built in the city. So is this just so underperforming that the owner of the property just wishes to kind of bail on the on running a motel? I'm just curious why the most recently constructed motel in the city is now kind of contemplating being acquired for this use. So is there any feedback on that?
I can only state that the hotel, I believe, was built in 1983.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all
the
I
most
know
recent.
about that. Yeah, that's all I know about it.
Okay. Yeah, it used to be the Four Seasons Inn years and years ago. Okay, well, I mean, it's up to the owner, I suppose, but who's negotiating with the owner? Is it, I guess it's not you, is it Shangri-La?
Yes.
Okay, maybe they can offer something about that.
Yeah, I don't know if they're on the line, but I can let you know. I can touch base with them and give you some information.
All right. Well, I don't have any opposition to, applying, I suppose. If it would have been nice to know, it would have been nice to have the property owner available to describe what his intent was. But, if it's 2 people willing to enter into a contract, I would not oppose this reuse of the property. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the input from all the public that spoke on this project, and I am for adopting the resolution. And I know Councilperson Member Dury has something to say, but I'd be willing to make a motion on this, Mayor.
Councilmember Poduri.
You're on mute.
I'm on a record free of going on mute. So I wanted to mention that Andy Myers from Shangri-La is in the audience. If the question is of interest, but I had a question for you, Ms. Wyatt. The low cost accommodations, for example, the ATC had proposed some low cost accommodations on in lieu fund, etc. Are those types of funds actually usable for projects like these?
I did check into that because I was curious. It would be great if those in lieu fees could have been used for this type of housing. But unfortunately, I did speak with Rob Mullane directly about that. And unfortunately, they cannot. It's under the purview of the Coastal Commission. So their intent is to ensure that people, low-income residents, can come visit the coast. And that's their lane, and HCD and affordable housing is just another agency and a different idea. So thank you for bringing that up. I wondered too.
Yeah, it's interesting how even though we're in the same state, there's still these lanes that we need to navigate for the homeless. But I actually wanted to state for the record, first of all, I'm very supportive of this project, and I would like to state for the record that we're actually in very good hands with Ms. Wyatt. I mean, just citing what she has done in the past couple of years. In 2020, she was involved with the Project Home Key at Salinas, which is a $9.2 million initiative to provide permanent supportive housing for the homeless. Last year, she was instrumental in opening 100-bed Salinas Housing Advancement Resources and Education, or the SHARE Center. And she was part of the team that wrote both the state and federal grants to fund the center, as well as collaborate on the best service provider for the center. So to me, when we're looking at this, we're looking at really two things here. One is the speed of development, because there are no new units to be developed. So we're really looking at a shorter timeline. And the second aspect of this is really the lower cost, as there's no new development, again, involved from scratch. Such units will be developed at a much lower cost. So to me, with what the city is required to do with their arena numbers and what is being presented here, and what we're hearing from the coalition, as well as to what the Monterey County needs are, this is really a win-win situation for us. So I fully approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wyatt, for bringing this forward. This is a pretty dramatic for a significant project for Pacific Grove. And let's see, I think it was 2006 where we had the last affordable housing project. Maybe Councilmember Coletti can correct me if I had that number wrong. So I want to go, because we haven't heard this before, I want to just walk through a few things in broad strokes, if you don't mind. First of all, the hotel would be bought and owned and operated by Shangri-La Industries, not the city. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would be a partnership between Shangri-La Industries and Step Up.
Okay, let me back up. Let me ask that question again, maybe a little clearer. The building would be owned and operated by Shangri-La, not the tenants. I thought Shangri-La Step Up was providing the care, the case managers, and Shangri-La is going, that's their name on the title to the building. Is that, am I understanding that correct?
Right. And Step Up is operating the supportive services and operating the building itself as far as the supportive services. So yes.
Okay, maybe I have this wrong. I'm still a little fuzzy. I thought one motel room was reserved for a resident manager from Shangri-La.
I believe that Step Up would be managing that manager.
Okay.
Yes, that would
Okay,
be
so
their manager who has expertise in the field of supportive housing to ensure that the services are delivered to the people living in the units. Yes.
Okay, so so Shangri-La owns the building. and does the conversion, pays for it with state grants. Am I on the right track?
Yes, and along with their own capital. They bring in
Right.
their own capital, which is what makes this a very unusual type of affordable housing. No other developer does that as far as our nonprofit housing developer community.
Okay, and Step Up provides a resident manager, and so they operate the motel, the physical structure, as well as provide case management for all the 49, well, the residents. There's 49 motel rooms, so it could be more than 49 people. Is that right?
It could be if we had 2 per room. Yes, if you had
And
a couple.
is that possible?
It is possible. You do have couples who need housing together.
Okay, and as mentioned earlier, this is permanent supportive housing. So these are folks that are not going to move. Once they're admitted, they may move for various reasons, but a lot would be expected to stay permanently. Is that correct?
Yes, they would sign a lease. This would be their unit. They sign a lease with Step Up, and that would be their unit for life. I did visit some of their units down in Southern California many years ago, and was fortunate to meet some of the residents, and it was nice to see people living in their homes. They were their homes. It was beautiful.
Oh, well, great. I don't think anyone would disagree with you. It's better having a home than being homeless, living in your car. I was down in LA recently, and wow, it's a pretty sad state of affairs for some folks. So yes, I think everyone would agree that having a home is a good thing, and it's not only improves their people's life immeasurably. Okay, so the tenants assign the lease. They pay no more than 30% of their income, whatever that income. It might be zero, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so the cost of providing that room, the cost which would be paid to Shangri-La, the difference between what the tenant pays and what the cost of the room is, that's paid through grants, hopefully, or the city will help. Is that right?
What we're hoping to do is, and you heard from Roxanne Wilson, the Coalition of Homeless Services Director, and we're hoping to work with the Housing Authority to use some emergency housing vouchers to assist with the rents to fill in that gap.
Okay, so if in the lucky event we get awarded the grant, then we're then going to be tasked with finding out just how much in operating expenses the city will pay for this property. Is that right?
Correct. We're working with, once we get approval tonight, if we get approval tonight, we'll be working on a pro forma, which will detail all of the costs. Shangri-La Industries has people who are experts in creating the pro formas, and we'll work with our partners to try to ensure we fill all the gaps for supportive services and for the rental costs.
And your agenda report was very clear that if you get this application in by January 31st, that the state might grant an extra $490,000. Is that right?
Yes, we definitely hope so. Maybe 500 for the manager's unit, but yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And so what happens after that? It's the state has 90 days to tell us whether we were awarded the grant or not.
I believe 45 to 90 days Hopefully, they're going to have a whole bunch of applications, I'm sure, that come in by January 31st, but I believe that is the state's goal.
And thinking ahead to outreach, because this is a big deal, particularly for the neighborhood. After we learn of, assuming we get the grant, how much time do we have to nail down the finances and make a commitment?
I think we would have, hopefully, there may be some commitments, such as the vouchers, that may take some time, but I'm hoping we could get it all done within, I'll say, 3 to 6 months. We're going to work on some soft commitments ahead of that. So we've been talking, to our partners to try to come up with some commitments, and we may need to, we'll look at all of the funding sources for sure. So hopefully within 3 to 6 months, we'll have everything wrapped up.
And so with that interval, 3 to 6 months, would you be expecting any community outreach on this project?
We could do some for sure.
I think that would be a good idea.
Great.
Yeah, great. I appreciate that, all that information. Getting back to Councilmember Pedori's comments about the ATC, putting aside for the moment converting the homes for a homeless facility. It was just 7 days ago that city staff had recommended to us that 56 low-cost visitor serving rooms would cost $1.8 million. And here we learned tonight that a 50-room motel in Pacific Grove costs $15 million. I think that's is that $15 million a reasonable price?
That's my understanding. That's the price.
And so that's about 10 times more than we were told on a per room basis than we were told 7 days ago. Any idea, any comments about that?
I'll make just one quick comment, is that was an in lieu fee. And typically in lieu fees, if you're looking at housing or hotels, are significantly lower than the actual cost to construct a unit.
Well, I thank you for being honest. I didn't hear that comment 1 week ago. I'll support this. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for pulling this from the consent agenda. I think this is definitely, I'm still not understanding the business plan exactly and how it all works, but obviously it's going to have to rely on some subsidies to keep it operating. And I suppose that's going to come from the city and the state. I'm not opposed to that, but we certainly need to understand what the numbers are. I do have a question. Will this help our RENA numbers at all?
Yes, it will.
And those would be directly going towards our requirement for low-income housing. Is that correct?
Very low income, yes.
Okay.
The hardest housing to build, the most expensive housing to build.
Well, yeah, no, I know. Well, 15 million for that property isn't exactly cheap, that's for sure. Thank you.
Ms. Lindstrom, may we have a vote, please?
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes, I believe you have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I had a motion, but first of all, I wanted to say before I start the motion is thank you, Anastasia, for bringing this to us. But the other thing is before I make the motion with Mr. Laredo, there's 4 items here. Should we go one at a time, or can I go all 4?
I believe you can take those all as part of one motion.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's. I see your hand went up and down. Councilmember Tomlinson, did you have?
I'm ready to vote, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll make the,
And Councilmember Emilio, you already made a motion, and I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Pedori.
I didn't, but I'll second it.
You want to make a new motion? You want to withdraw the previous motion?
I'll withdraw the previous motion. I might be a bit tired. But my motion is to adopt all 4 items in the recommendation on this resolution.
I'll second that.
Maybe we have a vote, please.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, absent. Councilmember Coletti.
Aye.
Motion carries 601.
Let me ask the city manager a question. Actually, I had concerns about about items 2, 3, and 4, and I realized I was too late. And I realize council has spoken. This is a green light, Mr. Harvey. You don't have to come back to council at all on this particular project, but I would strongly recommend that on items 2, 3, and 4, that you return to council, if for no other reason, to apprise council and the public as to what is happening. I'm particularly concerned about signing funding agreements that will commit the city to long-term funding arrangements, city subsidies for this project, not knowing what the size and the duration of the subsidies. There's many unknowns. Mr. Harvey.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's certainly always been our intention. This is just simply a consent calendar item because it's just the beginning of the phase. This is getting the application in. We plan on coming back with updates. This is very exciting, but we don't want to get build too much fanfare at this point because it is the start. We're submitting the application. So yes, absolutely. Always been our plan.
Councilmember Coletti.
One final follow-up thought, thank you, Your Honor, is I would like to hear from the city manager and or staff how this project implicates the cease and desist order, which is mentioned in the agenda report. Perhaps you can provide that information. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor, we don't know, and that's why it's stated the way it is in the agenda report. We don't know. What we've seen is that state departments often don't talk, and they don't have the same missions and objectives, and this could very well be stopped by that. So that's another wild card that is yet to be determined. We hear from HCD that they don't think that's going to be an issue. Well, we don't know that that's the case. So we're trying to put those two state departments together to see if this is actually something that will be allowed to proceed or not. We don't know. That will be part of the update.
Yeah, well, you might know this already, but Monterey is fully engaged with the water district on trying to get the state, those two state boards.
We're well aware, and that's part of the concern. So we don't know the answer to that question. All the more reason why this is just the early stages.
Well, yeah, but say you do get a funding agreement and then you can't do it. What happens next?
That's another, right. There's a lot of questions as to what happens with the cease and desist order. We don't know.
All right. Thank you.
Moving on to the next agenda item. It's item 13B, status of the city's water allocation, water entitlement, and water wait list. Ms. O'Halloran, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the public. I'm Laurel O'Halloran, planner with the city, and tonight I'm presenting to you a report on the status of the city's water entitlement and the city's water waitlist architectural permits. I do have a little bit of a sore throat, so bear with me. Each month, Monterey Peninsula Water Management District releases a monthly entitlement report in their meeting agenda packet. The most recent report states the city has a total of 31.762 acre feet of entitlement water still available for purchase. As you know, entitlement water became available in 2019, and the city began the sales of entitlement water in July of 2019. Residential projects requesting water include purchasing entitlement water for renovations, additions, and rebuilds. Approximately 9.296 acre feet remain available for purchase for affordable units. To date, new accessory dwelling units represent the bulk of the 2.204 acre feet of affordable housing entitlement water that has been distributed. Commercial projects utilizing entitlement water include the PG Hotel located at 157 Grand Avenue and the mixed-use project located at 520 Lighthouse Avenue. On December 15th, 2021, the council agreed to extend the existing 30% discount price until the end of the fiscal year, 2022 fiscal year. This concludes my update on the water entitlement status. The process is going well, and there is still available water for affordable housing, residential, and commercial projects. The second part of this report, I would like to address the city's water wait list. The city has maintained a water wait list for vacant properties where owners are unable to purchase water entitlement due to the cease and desist order by the State Water Control Board, which does not allow CalAm to distribute water meters to a vacant lot. Therefore, all vacant properties throughout the city that do not already have a water meter cannot be provided one. There are 11 vacant lots on the water wait list due to the property owner's current inability to receive a new meter. Council did adopt Ordinance 21022, a temporary moratorium on new architectural permit applications and subdivisions proposed on vacant lots without a water meter. This is helpful for preventing new applicants from being caught in a situation of expiring architectural permits, but it does not help the people already on the city's water wait list. Staff has been asked to provide the city council with options to assist the property owners who are on the city's water wait list. The first option could be to contact each property owner on the water wait list, which some have been on for 13 years, to see if they would prefer to be removed and if they could have their application permit fees refunded. The second option could be to amend the city code Title 2373-050C to include language pertaining to the water wait list architectural permits, adding a 10-year lifespan. And at that time, the property is issued a water meter. The applicant may apply directly for a building permit. Option 2A is the city council could require an alternative timeframe from the above vested water wait list permits to be reviewed and noticed to the neighbors at a minimal cost to the applicants, such as every 5 or every 10 years. If this route is chosen, it could result in approved permits having to return to the review authority, ARB, for a notice public hearing where they may not be substantive changes to the approved design. This concludes my staff report.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Hannah Bell.
Welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
So my name is Hannah Bell and I'm a Pacific Grove local. I've lived in Pacific Grove since I was 6 months old. I currently live in Monterey and have long-term plans to return to Pacific Grove with my husband, Chris Bell. I'm a local karate teacher in Pacific Grove and my husband works for CAL FIRE. So we have been on the water wait list and trying to start our home in Pacific Grove for about 6 years. And I would really pretty much beg you guys to just please stop letting our permits expire. It's not because we don't want to build a house, it's because of the moratorium on water meters. And the money that we have spent re-upping the ARB permits over and over, it's just not something that is feasible for us financially because, you know, COVID was really hard on my industry specifically. And it's not something that, I mean, there have been a lot of really big numbers thrown around in this entire meeting, but $2,000 to re-up our permits, that's a lot of money for us. So I would just please ask you guys to just let the permits that have already been approved ride it out until we can get our water meter. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani.
Welcome.
This is a very concerning issue. The city of Pacific Grove is subsidizing large development projects with their water allotments. And it seems to be penalizing this, like you just heard, the persons or people who have been waiting for a long time to be able to add on or build a small little project for themselves, for their families. This is not right. Where is the justice? Where is the equity in this? It seems to me that large projects such as the Hotel Durrell or PG Hotel, whatever it's called, 520 Lighthouse, projects like that, ATC, any of those, at the point that their projects are approved, that they pay full price for their water. And that the people who have been waiting for a long time are given a pass, which is like to subsidize the little guy instead of the big guy to allow them to go forward. There just seems to be an unequal treatment of how water is being handled in the city of Pacific Grove. So I don't know what the answer is. I just think you should figure out a formula, a matrix to protect the little people as much as you protect the big people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Bloom.
Welcome.
Mr. Bloom, you're on mute.
Okay. Well, can you hear me now?
Welcome.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for taking this up. I'm one of the 11 on the water wait list. I appreciate staff presenting the 2 5-year options, and I'm in favor, if an alternative, for extension until the meters are available is not an option. When water meters are available, those of us who have complete planning and architectural approval will be required to meet current building code at that time. So I don't see any reason why we should have to go back to the drawing board for design. Lastly, would it be possible for council to appeal to the State Water Resources Control Board and plead our case and ask for some type of exception to this rule? Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirsty Wild.
Welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kirsty Wild. I sent to all of you a letter regarding what I think is the best way to help the 11 families stuck in limbo on the water wait list while we pray for the state to lift the meter moratorium, and I hope you read it. 20 some years ago, the citizens of Pacific Grove voted to create the Architectural Review Board. The goal was to prevent ugly buildings from being built. It was not to pummel young people who faithfully completed the ARB process, which costs a minimum of $25,000 and many times bigger than that, with repeated threats every couple of years to expire their permits. There was no good reason to put a time limit on ARB permits in the first place. You may not know that there is only one way to keep an ARB permit in force when it's about to expire. You do something minor, like you change a plain door into a Dutch door, and then you redraw the plans and pay roughly $2,000 for an administrative design change permit, and that extends your ARB permit for 2 years. My children, you heard from Hannah Bell just moments ago, and my son Eli Miller, have both gone through this charade twice each as the state's water meter moratorium drags on and on. So if you would please choose option 2 before you, but change the wording as I suggested in my letter to get rid of the 5 or 10-year extensions. Please just let the ARB permits remain in force until the meter moratorium is lifted by the state. And please, 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 while staff works on this reform, please suspend the expiration of existing permits for the next 90 days so permits that would expire during that time can stay in force until your work is done. My daughter Hannah Bell's permit expires March 13th, and she's going to have to fork over another $2,000 to keep her ARB permit in force if you don't get this work done in time too. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Andy Miller.
Welcome.
Mr. Miller, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members, for giving me this opportunity. I've been a resident, my wife and I, Anne Marie, have been residents of PG since 1989. We've lived at 510 Evergreen for 27 years. We subdivided a lot next door to our house at great expense. We moved a garage and so forth and kept the historical integrity of the lot and the design in that project, and spent considerable amount of money and went through all the steps and got ARB approval. And we're on the water waiting list, and we have a projects that's ready to go except for the state moratorium. We also request that the council, like Kirsty Wild and Bill Bloom, we request that the council just keep us on the list until the meter moratorium is lifted, and then give us a reasonable amount of time to proceed with our project as we intend to do. So we agree with Kirsty Wild that option 2, with the deletions she suggests in her letter, is a fine solution. Hopefully you all agree with us as well, and we want to proceed when the time is right, when the moratorium's listed, to develop our project, which we think will be a beautiful addition to the community, create additional housing for PG, and also create income to the city in the form of additional property taxes. So we respectfully request that you vote to allow us to stay on the list indefinitely until the water moratorium is lifted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Before we start discussion, I want to ask a couple of questions for staff. What's the annual cost to stay? What is the cost to stay on the water wait list?
So projects, when they're approved, have a 2-year approval to apply for your building permit. And after that, you get 2 1-year extensions. If you're on the water wait list, there's no cost. The past,
Okay,
a past director approved these ADCs that Kirsty Wild's been doing, but that's not a traditional process that the planning department does.
okay, in that answer, I heard the phrase, there is no cost to stay on the water wait list. Is that correct?
For your 2 one-year extensions. So technically, your architectural permit is good for 4 years if you do the 2 one-year extensions. Of the 11 applicants on the list, 7 are expired.
So you have to have, so what are the requirements to stay on the water wait list? Once you've gotten on the water wait list and the folks that called in are already on the water wait list, what are the requirements to stay on the water wait list?
I mean, the city attorney can answer, but you stay on the water wait list, even if your permit is expired.
For all intents and purposes, you stay there permanently on the water wait list.
Mm-hmm. So when we started the water entitlement sales process, I went through the list offering, because back then the list was like 80 people, or I don't know exactly, but I offered them all the opportunity to purchase water, and everyone that did went off the list. The remaining people on the list are the vacant properties without a water meter.
Okay, so the people that are on the water wait list today, they don't have to do anything to stay on the water wait list. Is that correct? They don't have to pay any money. They don't have to go get any new permits, go to any hearings. They just can sit pat and they stay on the water wait list.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, just wanted to make that clear. Thank you. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I feel like this has been a topic that we've been dealing with all around the periphery, and then it's sort of necked down to these 11 folks with the unique situation. And so, Ms. O'Halloran, thank you for putting together the report tonight and tackling this issue. I know staff put a couple options together. It sounds like the folks that are on the water waiting list and the people we heard speak tonight would like to see option 2. And I am in support of that. And just to restate it, it would be so that option 2, you know, rather than the architectural permit expiring and having only 2 renewals, there would be the ability to extend those renewals for 5-year increments endlessly. I do think that's not a practice we want to get in the habit of doing, but in these folks' case, it makes sense. And I want to add that I support extending the permits for the next 90 days while we get this in writing and kind of squared away for those who are worried about the changes taking effect slowly. And then I'd also like to propose that we refund all the costs to date for any extensions that were paid beyond the 2 that were free. I think our policy kind of created a roadblock here unintentionally, and a limbo situation. It was not intentional. It's not a lot of money. It is these folks. And if they've paid $2,000 every couple of years, the few folks that have done that, I don't see an issue in refunding that money. They'd stay on the water wait list. Their plans would stay current. And then I kind of want to take a little bit of all of your recommendations. The last one being, do set that your plans will expire if you don't act on them within 2 years of the moratorium being lifted. So this would kind of, I think, remove all limbo considerations. So just to recap, I want to extend the money for people that paid for extensions over the last decade. I want to extend the 90 days while we get this sorted out into our policy. I would like to have it be that the moratorium, once it's lifted, you have 2 years to act, or then your plans do expire and you start all over. They stay on the water wait list, and then the recommendation per Miss Wilder's language change to option 2, which just takes out the one-time 5-year extension. It gives you more, it gives you renewal options rather than just one option. So, thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. It sounds like we're getting into the weeds, so that excites me. I would like to know exactly how many on the wait list don't have meters. Is that the 11?
Correct.
Okay, so there are only 11 people on the water wait list, and all of those who are on the wait list do not have meters, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's really not a water wait list, it's a water meter wait list, really.
Correct.
Okay. I have a question for the city attorney. Essentially, one of the recommendations that's on the floor is to create an indefinite extension to a planning permit. As you know, building codes change, zoning development standards change. Are we going to run into any legal issues if we just simply say your planning permit that was approved, let's say today, and it'll run for 10 years, and we're kind of building in non-compliance? Is that a legal issue?
I believe that it is a legal issue. It's you're grandfathering in a non-conformance that might be contrary to the building code.
So that needs to be addressed if we're gonna deal with that. And can you actually legally authorize a non-conformance prospectively, or can you only do that retrospectively?
I'm not aware of a circumstance where you can do it, but perhaps Ms. Hunter can chime in there.
I'd be interested in hearing her thoughts.
Thank you. Through the mayor. That is the exact reason why our proposal does have time limits included, is to ensure that it's a reasonable time frame, that significant city rules or California building code aren't changing while these are in limbo, as we're saying. However, there is a way to catch this, because of course it will have to go through the building permit process and plan check to ensure that the plan meets building code. And if it doesn't, the way that it was previously approved, then the plans would have to be modified and brought up to date.
Okay, so we keep you in limbo and we'll catch you. We'll get caught up later when you go for your building permit. Does the city attorney agree that doesn't create any legal issues?
As long as we require compliance with the building permit, I'm comfortable with that, yes.
Okay, so we would need to build that into this as well. So Councilmember Tomlinson has recommended a 90-day moratorium. Laurel, you have your hand up. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, through the mayor. I just wanted to add, piggybacking on the director, all building permits with exterior changes, especially a new residence, goes through planning staff for plan check, for review to ensure compliance with the approved architectural permit. So it would be caught by building code and planning zoning changes if they were updated. I just wanted you to know that.
Right, but I think since we're creating this exception, we want to explicitly point out that should happen or shall happen. If it, for no other reason, it kind of keeps us out of legal hot water. So Councilmember Tomlinson has recommended 90-day moratorium. I completely agree with that. But let me ask you another technical kind of question. My understanding is, and I'm reading from the zoning code, I'll give you the section. It's 2373-050 subsection A. And the title of the subsection is expiration. It seems to indicate that you only get a permit for 1 year, 1 year from the date of approval. You have to get a building permit. Let me just read it instead of trying to paraphrase. Any community development permit granted in compliance with these regulations shall expire if a completed building permit application has not been submitted within 1 year from the date of approval. I think you said 2 years. So Allison's got her hand up. Go ahead, Allison.
Through the mayor, just to clarify, 1 year is the typical expiration date. If you notice subsection B right below that, for larger projects, the review authority can authorize an expiration of 2 years.
Okay, all right.
In these cases, we're talking about a vacant lot in a brand new house. So we would consider a larger project, and we ask the review authority typically to give them a 2-year expiration.
Okay, and that all applies to all of these projects that are on the water meter wait list.
That's correct.
So really what we're doing was we're talking about going from what we've got now, 4-year, to a 5-year with 1 5-year extension. Is that right? That's what staff is suggesting?
That's almost exactly what staff is suggesting.
Okay.
In our draft amendment language, we're suggesting that henceforth, if this is approved today, the projects on the wait list get sort of an amnesty automatically for 5 years. And then after that, if there's still no water meter availability, they can apply for another 5-year extension.
Okay, well, that seems pretty generous. So that's up to 10 years on the water wait list without paying any fees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, since based on what the community development directors mentioned, as well as our city attorney, I would suggest that we follow that model and then since we're not going to be adding any non-conformance, that whatever non-conformities there may be at the time get resolved at the time when building permits are applied for. So I would suggest we do the 90-day moratorium and then adopt staff's suggestion of a 5-year and then a 5-year extension. Do we want to refund the money that they have paid when their permit did expire and they had to come back? Sure, I guess so. I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I wouldn't want to go any further than what we're doing now, or what I've proposed. Laurel, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to say it's really not that, it's less than $10,000. If you estimated less than 10,000.
To accomplish what I just mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
The city attorney, do we have to agree to some, what are your thoughts?
I wanted to raise a process concern. To implement this option, there will have to be an ordinance that comes back to you because you are amending your municipal code. So the direction that should be provided, if you're going down the path of this motion, it should be to direct staff to return to you with an ordinance to cause this amendment.
Understood. Well, those are my thoughts for now. Thank you, Your Honor. You're on mute, Your Honor.
Councilmember Smith's been waiting, so please.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm okay with option 2. I'm not okay with an indefinite period. It's just not a good idea, and I think it's explained pretty well by staff right now as to why. as far as the refund, I don't think the city attorney actually answered the question that was just posed, which is, does that pose a problem giving refunds? I think is what the question was intended to be. It kind of changed a little bit, but if that's not the question, I'll ask that question now.
If I may, through the mayor, I do believe you have unique circumstances here that are beyond the control of the applicant. It's beyond the control of the city. So if the city in its wisdom chooses to cause a refund of the fees that were paid because there was no benefit afforded to that, I think the city's on sound legal grounds to do so.
Thank you. And so I guess I'd just go back to, I heard a couple of figures. One figure in the agenda report says $36,500. And then I just heard another figure that was significantly less than that. And I would only be in favor of refunding fees that had to do with extensions that were now changing. So was that second figure I heard reflective of those conditions?
I can answer that since I was the one who made the suggestion, if you don't mind.
Coletti, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I propose that we only refund the amount for the to regenerate the permit. So that would have been after, if they had to come back and apply for a new permit to stay on the water, or if they had it to keep their permit active, that fee be refunded, not the initial fee, only the fee to regenerate the permit.
Yes, thank you. I fully understood that already. I was just asking what the figure was from staff as to what that figure is. That's all I was asking.
The earlier figure was refunding the original architectural permit application.
And what is the figure for just what Councilmember Coletti described, which I agree with?
Well, I wasn't prepared to have that figure, but there was only two applicants that did that process for an administrative design change. So it's roughly around 2,000 for each administrative design change. It was probably less for some of them, and that was done 4 times. So I just said approximately it would be less than 10,000.
Okay, so in total, in sum, then I would support option 2 as outlined in the agenda report, to provide staff that direction for a 5-year amnesty period plus a one-time 5-year renewal option and a refund of those fees described as Councilmember Coletti described them in an approximate amount of, I wouldn't want to put your feet in cement on the amount, but that's what I would support tonight. Thanks.
So it looks like we've got some support behind option 2. A question about the fees from Mr. Laredo. If we're going to refund fees, can we do that by resolution, or is that also by ordinance?
I would recommend that you do that by ordinance, since you need to come back with an ordinance to amend the code. Nonetheless, that this can be a part of that same ordinance.
So everything that we're discussing tonight can be done or should be done within an ordinance amendment.
I would agree, except for the 90-day extension. I think that the purpose of the 90-day extension was to provide sufficient time for the council to review and act on the ordinance. So the 90 days basically is a direction to staff to hold in abeyance any other action that it would take to revoke or terminate the. It's in order to keep the status quo.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to know when staff comes back. So we were only talking about 11 property owners. I'd like to know specifically the amounts per property owner when you come back, assuming this passes. So we're all clear and the 11 property owners are clear as to what the size of their refund is. One aspect of this, well, there's a few I have reservations about this whole process, but probably the major one is we're talking about 10-year architectural permits. And I know there's some good reasons why we're making exceptions for these folks, but 10 years is a long time. And anyhow, but I see staff, I see Ms. Hunter's nodding her head, so I guess we're all comfortable with that 10-year time frame. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion. I also am going to include in the motion of what sort of got dropped from my original list, which is to say that these permits would be revoked or expire 2 years after the moratorium is lifted.
What?
So in other words, if the moratorium's lifted and you can now purchase the water and build your house, you have 2 years to do it, which was what kind of what most people are granted. Or maybe we just revert back to the normal process at that point. Why are you doing that face?
Okay, sorry, we seem to have a free for all here. It's just that we're setting the code and what the city will do based on events and actions by people outside of our control, and defining lifting the moratorium to me is problematic. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, we have an attorney here well-versed in water regulations that could help us, but also lifting the moratorium may not provide necessarily a meter to all the 11 folks that need a meter. So I think we got into this bind because we wrote regulations assuming that other agencies, organizations are going to do things. And so I would prefer we did not go down that path again.
Okay, I can accept that. I thought it was a good backstop so that the extensions weren't forever. But if that introduces more confusion, then I won't include that in my motion. Should I make the motion?
Please.
Okay. I move that we direct staff to implement a 90-day moratorium on this subject for all the 11 people, and then return with an ordinance that adopts option 2C with a 5-year extension and another 5-year extension. The non-conformance catch-up would apply. That refunds would be granted in the for the 11 people who paid for extensions, approximately 10,000, and that the amount per owner will be indicated in the ordinance. And that's it. I mean, just maybe it goes without saying, but that this is to apply for only the 11 people that are on this water meter waiting list limbo, and we have an ordinance that's not going to allow more people to join the party. So just these 11.
Do I hear a second?
I will second.
And just to further clarify that last point by Councilmember Tomlinson to staff, there is no way that anybody else gets on the water wait list at this point in time. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, that's correct for people without a water meter. Well, because nobody really wants to go on the water wait list because they can pay for water. But I guess if someone wanted to go on the water wait list to build a bathroom, and I don't think that would happen. It hasn't happened in the past 2.5 years.
then I would amend. I would make an amendment to that motion, the entire motion as stated, and add that we stop adding to the water wait list. Period.
I
Or
agree.
if you want to agree, then we just
Okay.
add it to yours.
Yeah, I'll tack it on. Is there a second? I don't know.
I seconded.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Coletti, you have your hand gone down. Okay. May we have a vote, please? Ms. Lindstrom?
City manager has his hand up.
It's been up for a long time. Mr. Harvey, I guess you're standing in for our deputy city clerk.
It would appear so.
You need a vote.
Sure. Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
thank you. Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Measure passes 6-0-1. McAdams absent.
Okay, thank you very much. It's now past 10 o'clock. Normal protocol asks for a motion whether to adjourn or to continue items. I realize that, let's see. I know the annual comprehensive financial report, we have a consultant here with us. That's a consideration. I'm not sure. Mr. Harvey, is the promissory agreement, is that?
Mr. Mayor, we do have representatives.
Sensitive?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, we do have representatives from the applicant team that have been here for that item. If it is the pleasure of the council, I would ask if we could just try to expeditiously make it to through these two items, if that was okay. Our auditor has been here as well.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Mayor, I'm gonna move that we adjourn and move these items to the next meeting. I don't want to rush either of them. I appreciate everybody's time, but it's late and they are, I'd rather hear both items when we have the time that I do think they will take time.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the motion? Can we have a vote, please? Okay, I guess,
I'm sorry, that's my cue, isn't it? I
yes.
apologize for that. Not used to
I
that
could
cue.
have done it.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0-1. McAdams absent.
Thank you all for participating in the meeting today, the public, staff, of course, and my colleagues. Thank you all for being here, and have a good night. Meeting adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.